Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, good evening and welcome to more collegiate Overwatch here at NECC. My name is Warren Jungle God Hammond and I am joined on the mic once again by LaFon. How are you doing tonight?
Doing pretty well. Excited to get things underway. And I mean, with daylight savings being what it is, it's not really so much nighttime yet. As you can see, the sunlight's still up there behind me.
Yeah, that's fair.
No, excited to get underway with some action in the games we have ahead of us. Before we get to the teams, though, let's talk about the maps that we have at our disposal for the gameplay here today, Jungle God, because it is going to be a set map pool, starting off on Lijiang Tower, moving through Hybrid Escort, Hybrid Control, and then, if necessary, a Tiebreaker Escort at the end. You can see Blizzard World, Gibraltar, Hollywood, and Ilios for map number 5 and beyond. So as we get into the action, though, of course, we have ESU Warriors versus Midway University up first on the schedule. And this game, excited to see how these teams perform here tonight.
Yes, as am I. The ESU Warriors right now, sporting a 3-1 record. They've got a one match still rescheduled that they need to play here from week 5. Whereas Midway University looking at a 2-3 record right now. So both of these kind of middle of the pack in this tournament, and excited to see, if they can push themselves a little bit further.
Yeah, and I mean, for ESU, they're still hunting. They're still doing pretty well for themselves overall in terms of the scoreline, right? They do have that one loss, as we said, but a couple of a 3-0 in there, 3-1 earlier in the season. So a team that's really been, I think, a little bit more consistent in their scoreline. Obviously, for Midway University, they're hunting. They're on looking at the scorelines here. I mean, their 2 victories were pretty dominant, a 3-1 and a 3-0 on that side. Couple of 2-3 losses, so they had to go to a map 5. And I mean, when you have that level of competitiveness, the 2-3 scoreline doesn't seem as as bad as perhaps first imagined. So yeah, definitely a lot of expectations here for Midway University, because I think they really do have it in them to have that level of performance that we've come to expect. So yeah, definitely a lot on the table here in terms of the win. And I mean, for Midway, if you get to that 500, right, 3-3, you're pretty happy, I think, with your performance.
Oh, I think you absolutely are. And that is certainly what they're going to be gunning for today. Starting things off on Lijiang Tower, like you said before, on Control. That's going to give us an opportunity to see a few different play styles, see a few different compositions potentially, or see if these teams just run out with one thing, one composition they want to try and dominate with. So, going to be very interesting to see exactly how this plays out in this first map.
Yeah, and I expect comfort picks to be sort of the name of the game here, right? Run what you're good at as we kind of get into the match in just a moment. So, my expectations are going to be a little less in terms of like perhaps a composition that we've come to expect, like the Wrecking Ball, dive, but more what Midway and ESU are more comfortable playing. And so we'll see how that comes to the fore once we get into the action in just a moment.
Looks like these teams are at least flirting with a couple of different looking compositions. I'll be curious to see if Disabato goes over to the Reinhardt, considering Halbert is hovering over that Symmetra at the moment. Of course, on the other side, we have Midway University looking at this Bulldozer composition with the double main tank to start out with. But once again, that's Symmetra. So let's see how both these end up. ESU Warriors with this composition, they're going to be looking to surround and conquer this Midway composition. We're going to see them both start to push out towards the point. TP's coming in from both sides. It's going to be a nice rock to the face of Winston there to start things off. But it's going to be Midway University just demolishing the competition to start things out here.
A lot more cleave from Midway University, especially with Tireman on the Winston, right? They're able to get in close beyond, the defensive abilities of the immortality field. And once that gets taken out, then the cleanup crew comes in. And I mean, look at the tanks. They're far ahead. And it doesn't hurt that Bappo, with a pretty solid anti-nade, brought, the health pools, prevented them from being healed. So ESU have to reassess their situation, reassess the aggression that they took, and kind of try and come back in. Michael going to be the focal point of this engagement, especially with those rockets that aren't going to be able to be denied as there's no diva on the field.
We're going to see D Nazi go down very low, as is Jaeger to this Pharah. They're just getting so much value in the backline. Look at that, 4K with the barrage, almost a 6. they're able to clean up that point, and the ESU Warriors take the point away from Midway.
And that's kind of the highlight I was talking about right there, with no Diva to kind of keep the Pharah in check. It's all on the hit scan, and that's a really tough thing to ask when the Pharah has the pocket in the play, as DH Kaka kind of brought forward. So ESU playing off that unmitigated Pharah, and they're trying to continue that in this next fight.
We're likely going to see this Nano Boost committed early, likely onto the Winston. Nice TP to point. That's going to give control, at least temporarily, over to Midway University. They cap it in short order. Now we see the Nano Boost committed. Shatter's going to land, take out one. And with that, the ESU Warriors are having a rough time of it here on point.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is really up to Vanilla Jack to kind of be the difference maker against the Earth Shatter. And I say that, you know, somewhat tongue-in-cheek, because it's very, very easy to kind of outweight the Sigma's barrier and, you know, go for a Shatter there. So you have to choose between defending your team or kind of playing anti-Shatter. And there, it's a no-win situation. So the ESU Warriors get taken out as a result. Now, I mean, a little lacking in the resource department are the ESU Warriors. Midway looking a little bit more loaded for Bear, but Vanilla Jack trying to build up to that Gravitic Flux.
We're going to see the Photon Barrier used right before the Gravitic Flux comes in. All the members of Midway get slammed down, but the Immortality Field is there. But everybody just has a sliver of health. The ESU Warriors are getting everybody off of this point, and another swap, this time in favor of ESU.
Yeah, it's back and forth so far, and I mean, looking at the percentage gained, right, for Midway University, it's remarkable. It's actually pretty decent from them, right? So they're hovering at that 90% mark, and so are basically one fight away. If they can get another teleport to point, as they've been want to do this far or thus far in this round, then there's a real chance that they take this round away from the ESU Warriors. But I mean, the ESU Warriors, they need to be a little bit more careful on that retake, on that rotate. Cannot allow this teleport to come through for free.
No, they certainly can. That was, I think, one of the big reasons that Midway University took that last fight. They just got to point, got set up, and it was game over from there. D-Nazi has this tack visor. We're going to see a TP into the back line. Right back out comes Jaeger, but Halbert's going to be there to take them out. Tack visor now committed by D-Nazi, but it's going to be the DPS of ESU Warriors who are coming up big right now. Immortality Field committed, but once that's out of the way, it's time for the barrage.
Got really clean stuff there. Michael actually doing a ton of work in that fight to dodge not only the tactical visor, but then the, you know, play around the defense matrix, which has stepped into the fore, right? Tire Man moving over to the Diva. You know, we talked about that at the top of the round. That's one of the big counters to the Pharah, but Michael playing pretty well in the skybox to avoid that. Now, I mean, final fight is this situation. This Sabado almost got taken out nearly at the Primal Rage, and that's a little unfortunate for them.
That really is, especially because that Nano Boost was likely going to go onto them too. Huge move comes in to prevent Wizard King from getting that pin kill, but in the meantime, a couple more have materialized for Midway. The Immortality Field up. There's nothing that the ESU Warriors can do. Point flips back over to Midway, and it's going to be tough for them to touch.
95%. They do have the Primal Rage, remember, from Tisabado here, who's going to be the first one to contest. 97%. They'll be able to keep this one contested for a little while.
They're going to jump in at the last possible moment. That Tesla Cannon getting a lot of cleave damage in. It's going to be the Primal Rage that finishes off of Bappo. It's going to be Disabato getting a lot of value out of this. Deadly Pants is down, though, but there's no supports online for Midway. And with overtime clicking over, ESU Warriors may have just done it. Come back and taken this point out from under Midway. And we'll take the first sub-map here on Lijiang.
Yeah, snuck away in the backline was the Winston, really. Disabato was the big difference maker in that fight, right? I highlighted that was the player that was going to touch the objective. That was the one that was going to contest. And critically, what happened there was using the Tesla Cannon to wither away the backline's health before turning into the Primal Rage, right? Not overcommitting the Primal Rage early meant that, you know, got the two supports down very weak. And then, you know, when the Immortality Field was used to kind of play defensively, that's when they used the Primal Rage to knock them out of it, and then confirm the final blow. So excellent tank play there from the ESU Warriors that gives them that first round. And 100-99, very, very close. These teams are quite well matched, in my opinion.
They absolutely are. It was a very back and forth affair as well. It wasn't, you know, like 99-0 and then 99-99, right? It went back and forth several times during this map. Even the last fight was a swap. We're going to see very similar compositions come out this time. We're going to get the TP to point. Anti-nade hits many of the members of the ESU Warriors. Bappo getting a huge amount of value out of that ability, and with that, Midway takes the point.
I mean, sometimes it's as simple as just use a utility resource that denies the value of one other, right? The anti-innate means that even though the immortality field prevents the players of ESU Warriors from being eliminated, it doesn't allow them to heal back up. And so once that fades away, the turrets are able to clean up the remainder of the damage. So Midway University just playing some smart heads-up Overwatch to give themselves that first victory.
Now we're going to see ESU Warriors swap over to this double off-tank composition. We've seen this a few times relatively recently here and in other leagues. I'm really curious to see if Disabato can find value on this hog, or if they're just going to end up being an old battery for Midway University as this fight begins to break out. Halbert going down very low for ESU Warriors, but the support is there in time to keep them up. Hook does not land for Disabato, so going to have to wait a little bit for that to come back in. In the meantime, D-Nazi has been picked, and the Shield of Wizard King going down very low, so low that the hook comes in. Excellent pick coming out from the Disabato on ESU Warriors. We're going to see the Photon Barrier now committed to try and pull as much percentage out of this point as they can, maybe even turn things around, but with another pick on the Bappo, things are going a little bit rough for Midway. They do get a couple of counter picks courtesy of the Photon Projector. Barrage lands. There's the stun and the self-destruct. Gonna take out Michael. And with that, Midway holds.
Yeah, a little too long of the fight there for ESU. Even though they get the superior pickoffs and the earlier pickoffs, Midway University just outlasts with the Photon Barrier, so well played. And I mean, this now puts them at that 75% mark. I mean, Disabato hunting for this hook, but a lot of time being taken away here. There's a good elimination to start things off. Midway University have to play on their back foot here.
That they do. They're going to pop the Amplification Matrix early on, and Halbert with a phenomenal 4K Tac Visor will get rid of everything that was left of Midway.
90% though on the on the counter for this round for Midway University. So one clean fight is really all they need, and I mean, they're just as capable of holding that combination of the Tactical Visor and Amplification Matrix, right? And the ESU Warriors have significantly less survivability what with the Roadhog and Sigma.
We're going to see the whole hog come out, but it's getting denied a lot of value here. It does find a kill, able to take Tire Man off of the map. Disabato takes a quick nap on the point, but they're going to be back up and in it relatively quickly. In the meantime, though, the rest of the ESU Warriors have combined for a tremendous amount of kills. Michael in the backline cleaning things up, and with that, Midway will have to try again.
I mean, Michael, like, just completely unmarked there on the flank, does not get recognized, and, almost pretending to be a player on Midway University themselves, gets the eliminations there. So well done by Michael to clean that up, and has brought now the 50% mark, so half the game contested. Wow. That's a great teleport. Oh, so close. So close. Oh my Jaeger with the teleport there. Nice try, even if it didn't work out.
Yeah, that certainly was a great heads-up moment. A good reaction time right there. Gonna see the Amp Matrix committed by Midway Eagle, but it's gonna be the supports who fall very quickly, and with that, it's easy pickings for Michael.
Yeah, just a good combo, right? The Amplification Matrix goes up, and so Vanilla Jack making sure that nobody can shoot through it with using the Gravitic Flux and staying out of LOS. And then Michael gets the right focus elimination, takes out Midway Eagle, takes out the chance of the Immortality Field, and then everyone's half HP or less, and you're able to clean up very easily. Well played by Midway there, or by ESU, sorry.
Disabato almost gets another nasty hook, taking the main tank off the side, but they're going to be there to block it. We're going to have the Death Blossom come in. It is good for one, despite the anti-nade hitting them. They will go down eventually. It's a 99-90 on point right now. 2 picks either way. Crucially, though, Midway still has both of their supports. That is until Disabato has something to say about it. And with that, the ESU Warriors will take out Midway University and go up 1-0 in this matchup.
Something that ESU Warriors have done more consistently toward the end of the map, and a big reason as to why they won out that final fight on Lijiang Tower, is using tank ultimates to deny Midway University's impact initiation. We're going to see Michael come in with the play of the game here. Excellent stuff on the Pharah, but I'd like to specifically highlight at the end there, the Roadhog ultimate denies the Earthshatter, and then that allows the shield to block it out, right? We were somewhat teasing earlier about how the Sigma has a tough time against the Reinhardt, but there you show how, as a team, you can get a lot of value if you combo well. So big Roadhog play there. by Sabato. Big play as a team from ESU Warriors as they take the first lead of the series here on Lijiang Tower for a 1-0.
We are going to be headed to a new map now, LaFon. It will be Blizzard World. So it's going to be now time for Midway to see if they can turn their fortunes around here on this map. And I'm going to be curious to see if we see a different look come out from both of these teams here. Because it potentially even Double Shield can be a nice composition to run here. Blizzard World, one of those maps where you can really run a lot of different things, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Yeah, and I think one thing we will highlight though is that Midway University doesn't really change up their composition too much, right? A couple of individual selections changes. We saw the Cassidy, we saw the Soldier, but overall a more stable selection from their side. So I would expect them to be a little bit more consistent. We might see the Double Shield come in, but I mean, obviously on ESU's terms, they've been a little bit more flexible, a little bit more willing to shift off of what they initially started off on, right? We saw the high tempo composition on Night Market. They came over to the Reinhardt initially on round 2 on Garden, and then found that wasn't working, so switched over to the Roadhog. So yeah, clearly a little bit of ESU's style focuses on counter picking rather than playing their chosen composition, neither of which is correct nor incorrect. It's simply a style that can be successful. It just showcases that these two teams have different sort of ideas about Overwatch when it comes down to it.
Yeah, that they do, and it's been an interesting, to see these two different ideas go head to head. And right now, they're both proving very, very reasonable, I guess I could say, or very successful. 99 to 99, 99 to 90. Both of these teams, really, you put it best earlier. You said very, very evenly matched, and I couldn't agree more as we load into Blizzard World.
I would be so bad at that. Those games that the Overwatch account sometimes puts up, like, which map is this? I'm so bad at those. I am so bad. I was just reminded of it when we were staring at Pylon Terrace there. Like, yeah, if you had showed me that and I had no context which map it was, there's no way I would have guessed Blizzard World.
Yeah, no, I was staring at that thinking to myself, where is this on Blizzard World? I love production because production finds so many places in these maps that I've never seen before. I mean, even after having been casting this game for so long now, I'm still surprised by the spots that we see. There's so much really cool stuff that the devs put into this game.
In my defense, I play on all low textures for that, quote, competitive advantage. Yes. Into the game now we go, though, and it's going to be Midway University. There it is, the composition, more Reinhardt. This time they're going to be in the Maya, so a little bit more high, a little bit more stabilization midway through. ESU still going with that off-tank look, and, can be surprised if they get rushed at, but do have a lot more long-range poke.
Yeah, that they do. They're going to be able to keep this high ground under their control fairly well, but that's going to give the point over to Midway University. And now, the turns have tabled, LaFon. Now it's almost going to be Midway University defending this point from the aggressors, the ESU Warriors. We're going to see D-Nazi have to use their ice block early on to keep themselves alive, but when they pop out of it, they're able to get a pick. And one tick has turned into 2 and will likely become 3 here, LaFon, although they Midway down their Baptiste. That could make this initial push difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a little awkward here because Midway has their spawns right there, and those freezes are going to come in so clutch with a cleanup. Even with, Denazi being taken out, it's not enough to stymie any sort of forward momentum. So Midway University playing to their strengths, something you really do like to see, right? They post up on the objective and say, ESU, come to us. And ESU has no way to really aggress against that stable composition on the point. And now they're going to try and turn this into a snowball, what with the amplification matrix in hand.
Midway Eagle looking for the opportune time to pop it. They're going to do that right as they come around this corner. That's going to force the kinetic grasp out of Vanilla Jack. Self-destruct lands. That catches Bappo. And the remech gets 2 more. That's Midway University falling almost single-handedly to Disabato.
That's a tough one to... That's tough. That's really tough, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes the self-destruct can just turn a fight by its own, and there it does so quite handily. And for Midway University, it's a hard one it's a heartbreaker. That's a fight that you kind of wished you'd taken more convincingly, but they still have tools to work with here, and critically have self-destruct of their own, so they might just pull some magic of theirs in this turn of a fight if they can get to the high ground and start to control space a little bit.
It's going to be 5 ultimates on each side for these teams. We see the Valkyrie popped early on. Wizard King decides to drop down to the low ground, but now they're getting pummeled pretty hard by the members of Midway University. Speaking of which, Deadeye comes out, doesn't find any kills, mostly lands into the shield of Blizzard King, but that's going to take it down very low. Shatter comes out, Vanilla Jack on the ground, but the self-destruct again coming in big. This time, gonna get 2 from Tire Man. The remake doesn't catch any this time, but the damage has already been done, and this card is underway once again.
And Jaeger actually on the flank here, trying to pull some magic out with the Death Blossom, forced to recall, or forced to hit that Wraith Walk, though. So back to the objective, and I mean, ESU has gotten a couple of pickoffs. They're trying to bring this one back.
Yeah, they certainly are. And with the DMAC coming in on the Tire Man, things are starting pretty well for them. 3.5 minutes left on the clock, but at this, ESU Warriors have found a nice hold here.
Tire Man going for a cheeky attempt at the call mech, as the fight was already over, and they'll get a DMAC for their troubles, but you know, Disabit is going to be back in post-haste, already up to 70% there, and Midway University are forced to reset. So ESU, you know, they outlast the Blizzard, they outlast the Earthshatter, all good things there, and I mean, ESU now are sort of trending back towards the resources they need to complete this closeout. 3 minutes, though, on the clock. Midway University has a lot of time here. Try and play quick and force ultimates to be taken away is probably the game plan they should go for here. And unfortunately for them, not starting off too hot.
No, it's not. The pick comes out on the Jaeger. Tire Man D-Mex now. That's going to allow Michael and Halbert almost free reign. Here comes the Deadeye. It's going to catch Tire Man in the back line. The Flash and the Hammer coming in as well. Bappo going down very low. And DH Kafka on the Murder Moth able to get a kill as well. But they're taken out relatively quickly, and the ESU Warriors will hold.
Oh, don't do it. Don't do it to them. Don't. Oh, this is okay. I mean, Dishonored going to try and play for the call mech again here. You can see them setting up on the flank as they try and walk in, perhaps a sneak around. And I mean, Pilot Diva, one of the quietest moving players or quietest moving characters in the game. A darn sight difference from their clanking mech.
Yeah. All right, here they come. They're sneaking up on the back line. They've seen Bappo. They're pushing in for the final blow. Can they catch up to the team, though? The team has moved pretty far out. Oh, look at this with the Gravitic Flux, with the remake kill. It's going to land right on Midway Eagle. You love to see it. Huge heads-up play coming out from Disabato. They're going to be happy that we caught that one on the feed.
Depending on who you're a fan of, right? That is either a horror movie or
yes,
or an action adventure, right? Like that's
yeah. Oh my gosh, but you love to see it though. I mean that you couldn't have you couldn't have planned that better. That was just beautiful play coming out. Vanilla Jack there with the Gravitic Flux as well. Midway University gonna have a few more ults on their plate this time around, but there's a minute left on the clock, LaFon.
Yeah, and I mean, you know that ESU is trying to play for that Amp Matrix through the Tactical Visor here, right? That's kind of their expected look, and there's the early start, and both combo out.
Attack Visor going to be briefly blocked by that wall. The freeze comes in, and with that, the ESU Warriors are going to be able to weather that storm and come out on top in this fight as well. And now we are moving into last fight territory for Midway.
Yeah, excellent work by the Midway University supports, though, to keep Tire Man in mech. So has a self-destruct and can really be a difference maker in this final fight, though the accretion perhaps keeping the Diva out of commission, and there it is, the DMAC comes in. So unfortunate stuff there, but credit to Midway University supports for keeping their tank player alive as long as possible. Last 20 seconds, Miracles need to come through, and it needs to be off this Blizzard here.
The Shatter will land, catches 2. DH Kafka out of the fight. The Blizzard going to catch a few others. We're going to see the Gravitic Flux committed, but the Deadeye takes out a pair for Midway University. Just a couple of members left from each team on point, but it's going to be Midway University with one more member. We see the remake try to come in. We're going to have another self-destruct committed as well. Disabato gets the remake kill onto D-Nazi. ESU Warriors coming out on top here. Can they prevent the last few members? We're going to see Jaeger trying to get a hero play off here. DH Kafka does get slapped. Bappo now back in the mix, but I think this is all but over in favor of the ESU Warriors. With Halbert coming up with a big kill and Jaeger not getting their Death Blossom off, that's going to be as far as the Warrior, or as Midway, I apologize, gets.
Midway University, though, made a real effort there towards the end to stabilize that one. They were close to clawing it back from the brink, right? Talk about Jaeger's Death Blossom. If that had been able to be inactivated, perhaps there's a chance, but indeed, ESU Warriors, they bend, do not break. and a well-timed, another well-timed play by the off-tank for the ESU Warriors. Both of them, really, as the Diva, though, the main benefactor of the eliminations. Another Colmet kill. What's that, 4? More than
Right.
that, actually. 2. That's 5 in this
I
map,
think it
and
was
that's the
5.
defensive half
Yeah.
only.
Yeah, that's really kind of incredible. I mean, I remember when the Remec first reared its head in this game, and it was, it was so exciting. It was a novelty to see a Remec kill come in, but with 5 of them in that last map, I mean, it's kind of old hat at this point. It almost feels like. And as we get set for this next round, the ESU Warriors are flirting with a dive composition here.
And I mean, this is a good opening gambit for what Midway University is running, right? They don't
Yeah.
have a lot of aerial threats or a counter aerial threat in their composition, right? They've got the Junkrat, which is unfortunately not great at dealing with the Pharah. So if the ESU Warriors scout this out, I would not be surprised to see them stay on this composition, especially with Michael being able to really take the lead with the damage, as there's no one who's out there on the opposition who can really put a ton of pressure onto the Pharah.
No, you can put a little bit of pressure on with this turret, but that's only as long as it stays in play, and it can be fairly easy to take out. We're going to see the ESU Warriors now take this high ground position to stage their dive from. Michael going to start layering in several rockets. Without the turret, they're going to be able to push in a lot more confidently. We see a nice concussive blast moving the tank out of the way. Now Vanilla Jack in the backline looking to find some value, but the DMAC got to come in on them. But you know what? At this point, I'm just looking at that as another opportunity to remech and find a kill. Michael, though, going to be able to clean up a few with some rockets. It's just D-Nazi and the Orisa left on point, and with that, the ESU Warriors cap.
That's listen, sometimes you draw it up and it's as simple as, does your character get challenged by anyone on the opposing side? No. Well, success is yours, Michael, furthest ahead. And I have to highlight, the double projectile makes a ton of sense against the double shield too, right? Because Michael doesn't have to worry about the shields, and Halbert can take a ton of pressure off the front line with that Storm Arrow. That's going to herald some changes for Midway University, going over to the hit scan for Nazi and the hook as well to try and slow down Desabito a little bit. Unfortunately for them, again, no mitigation of projectile damage. So Michael, with this barrage, should be able to kind of get in the back line and get a couple of eliminations of their own.
Yeah, I mean, at first look, you might say like, oh, well, Midway has D-Nazi, but with the nerfs that came into the, to the fall off damage, it's really not that great of a counter, and we can see this playing out in real time right now as Michael finds 3 to open things up, including Bappo, who had the nano boost ready to go and could have turned this fight. That was one of their win conditions out the window almost immediately. But comes in onto Desabito, but he is throwing so many fists that it just doesn't matter, and we are getting very close to a win here for ESU Warriors.
And I mean, look at how much HP was fed over to the supports of the ESU Warriors, so they'll be back right quick with their ultimates as well. Big Dragon Strike into the backline, gonna find one Force Immortality Field and get another elimination. And this has gone from bad to worse for Midway as ESU are cleaning up.
That they are. This is going to be ESU Warriors coming away with a victory here on Blizzard World. Nothing left from Midway University to try and stop them. There might be a last moment contest, but that isn't even going to be in the cards this time around, and the ESU Warriors go up 2-0 in this matchup.
Really, really good stuff from them there on the attacking half, especially ESU just compositionally understanding what their opponents like to run and denying them the space they need to work. So a good read from ESU. Midway definitely have some fight though in their, in their hands, and I think in the opportunity for this third map, they're looking to try and bring this one back. Still an opportunity to prevent this from being a 3-0 sweep, but they'll have to come out swinging on map number 3.
That they will, but before we see that potential swing come in, we are going to throw it to a short break, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Overwatch. 2-0 the scoreline as we come back from the break, LaFon. We've got Midway University going up against the ESU Warriors, and those Warriors proving an indomitable foe, at least at this moment, to Midway.
Yeah, definitely some excellent adaptation midway through the series from ESU to give themselves that lead, and I think that's going to be pretty helpful heading into map number 3. We're going to Gibraltar for our escort map, and one of the things that we've seen from ESU Warriors is they've been able to play the compositions that favor that mobility, favor the high ground rotations, have been able to take value from it. So I think here in this case we have to favor ESU, unfortunately, in map number 3 again, even as Midway tries to formulate a response, and hopefully they can do so to give themselves a victory here.
Gibraltar can be a very, very tough map to complete, and occasionally even very difficult to get through the first point if the defense has just a beautiful hold on that. And Dive going to be the name of the game primarily on this map, but certainly isn't out of the question to see something else. ESU Warriors have already shown that they're comfortable with a dive composition, so I'm going to be looking to them, at least on the attack, to run out with something along those lines. But Midway University, we haven't really seen too much of that from them yet, so I'm curious to see exactly how they're going to handle this map.
I mean, already though, a little bit of a difference of a look from them here, right? They've got the wizard. They do have Wizard King.
They do.
But I mean, they have the Winston. There we go. Listen, I saw the first 2 letters, and I'm like, all right. My brain was like, yeah, we've got it. It's the same character, right?
You're good. Yeah.
I've only had 5 years in this game. Unbelievable. Winston in the back pocket now for Midway University. A little bit more, a little less. Man, it does not stop. The hits do not stop here tonight. ESU Warriors a little less mobility on their composition, right? They've just got the Diva, which, to be fair, Sabato is doing excellent work with it. But certainly a little more stability on the high ground than they do rotational ability.
Yeah, dive is the name of the game here most of the time on Gibraltar, but if you do want to run something else, it's typically most well done on defense, right? This first point can be held down very, very well if you're running a double shield or something like what ESU Warriors have at the moment. Michael laying in a lot of damage, that's going to lead to 1 pick. Converts into 2 as well. No DPS left for Midway, and with that, there's no one to protect Bappo and Midway Eagle, who fall just thereafter.
Oh my god. Speaking of players like almost falling, Michael there goes down to what, like 3 HP, I think? Just spectacularly low. And even as Tireman tries to, chase down the soldier, the mega peel comes in from the rest of the squad, so ESU stabilize and stay alive. So now heading to this next fight, Midway looking for that pick off. Denazi going over to the Cassidy here, a little bit more, again, more consistent damage, especially as Michael will have the tactical visor and a consistent boost with the Mercy there.
Dive is going to come in now from Midway, but it is quickly dealt with. At least Wizard King is going down and out of the fight. An anti-nade hits 3 members, one of which goes down. Tireman demeched as well. And with Halbert looking for this flank now from the ESU Warriors, things are looking very good for them.
Listen, Reaper is a very threatening character when Reaper has the self-heal available, right? When being able to leech damage via lifesteal. Unfortunately, the anti-nade just turns the Reaper somewhat toothless, and it makes that damage a lot less threatening. Because the scary part isn't the damage output of the Reaper. It's the fact that it's the damage output and your damage gets nullified. There, it's just, big play by Deadly Pants. And now, I mean, I expect Michael's tactical visor here to be nano boosted and hit with a blue beam from the Mercy. I expect this to be very, very dominant in that front line.
Oh my gosh, but Jaeger's going to be able to take Vanilla Jack out of the fight almost instantly. Here comes the self-destruct, though. That, combined with the tac visor, the nano boost, and the Valkyrie, is going to lead to a fight win here. But look at this, LaFon. I'm pretty sure ESU Warriors literally used everything.
Yeah. I mean, we could just read the numbers. 1, 0, 4, 9, 5, 6. That was everything. Midway University, I mean, if you're a Midway fan, you're happy with that, right? Sure, you lost the fight, but ESU used everything. This is the fight you now need to win.
Anti-nade's got to come in early on, but Halbert is already down and out of the fight by Jaeger. We're going to see the Primal Rage now committed by Wizard King, but Tireman falls in the midst of it all. Bappo now trying to keep their team desperate alive, but the picks keep coming in favor of the Warriors. There's 2 down from each side right now. Jaeger just out of the fight right before they get that Death Blossom out. Wizard King looking to finish off Vanilla Jack, but Vanilla Jack just kiting away from that Tesla cannon.
Yeah, doing a great job actually, and also nullified the jump pack with the accretion, right? So stays alive. Yeah. And that means that now in this next fight, ESU Warriors are going to have the numbers advantage. Great denial on the flashbang as well.
Wizard King got to come up with an early pick on the Halbert, though. That's going to leave a crack in the armor of the ESU Warriors. Another anti-nade comes in, this time from Bappo. Not going to find anything this time around, but look at how close the cart is to completion. At the last moment, ESU comes in to try and deny the push, but with no supports online, it's going to be very difficult. But Michael says, no problem, I've got a tack visor, and I'm ready to use it. They're going to find several kills with this. We've got the Primal Rage out now. Is this going to be enough to turn the tides in their favor? Halbert's gone. They just have to find Michael, but he's playing keep away right now using this card. It's going to take Tire Man coming in to take out DH Kafka, but Michael is still up and running. And now Disabato's back in the fight. They're going to be able to neutralize that Deadeye as well and take D-Nazi out of the fight. Jaeger pops the Death Blossom. This is their last moment. 0.01 meters left to go. But a huge amount of kills comes in off the back of a Gravitic Flux. And what a hold from the Warriors.
Disabato with the actual clutch play there. That was some picture-perfect off-tank play from the D.Va. Denies the Deadeye, then gets the elimination on it, on the Cassidy as well. Self-destruct for the cleanup eliminations on the Gravitic Flux, and that includes denying the Tactical Visor, the Deadeye, the Nano, and all of that just from the one character. Disabato playing overtime there to perfection, pun intended. And ESU Warriors, that's a first point hold, and now Midway need a better one to continue the series in any sense. If the ESU Warriors capture, they've won out the series here.
Yeah, they have, and you know, I mentioned before at the top of this map that first point can be very, very difficult to capture, and we've seen that play out, I think, pretty well here for Midway University. Now ESU Warriors, they're looking to come at this with a very similar composition, at least if what is in spawn is to be believed, but there's 30 seconds left to go. Midway, on the other hand, they're looking to take a page out of the ESU Warriors book and have Tire Man on the Roadhog.
It's something they kind of flirted with on the previous maps, right? They had the Roadhog on Blizzard World for, well, it wasn't very long, but it was selected. So we'll see if Tire Man can make a little bit more value of it this time around. I mean, listen, if they can shut down the Pharah early, if they can get Michael out of the sky, then definitely potential for Tire Man to perhaps shut down Disabato. And so far, so good. Look how much damage is going into the Pharah. Excellent.
Wow. I love watching that kind of tracking coming out from a soldier player. D-Nazi just doing a tremendous job mitigating the entire Pharmacy threat single-handedly. Bappo now able to keep their team alive without too much trouble because that threat is just gone. Disabato going to be almost demeched as well. They barely get out with their mecha still encasing them. Michael back in the fight, though, able to find a pick on the Jaeger. That certainly could open things up for the Warriors.
Oh, and there it is. Disabato continuing the reign of terror. This time assisting the Pharah to stay alive, and now Midway bleeding members, losing players. They need to stabilize a little bit. That's a hook, but they didn't reload. Oh, that is so unfortunate.
Yeah, that is really too bad right there. Now we've got this card flirting with the golden box of victory. Jaeger, good for one kill onto Michael. That's certainly going to slow things down, especially now that Kafka's out of the fight. But it's going to be, once again, Disabato coming in and helping out tremendously with this pick.
Yeah, Disabato just continues to be a real threat here. And Immortality Field used so early.
Oh, no. That's going to be all but over. We've got the Gravitic Flux coming in. It's going to lift several members off the ground. And when they return, they're going to be just about taken care of. Moments left, and that's going to be the ESU Warriors taking this match.
Excellent stuff there to close it out. Just under pressure, no fear whatsoever. ESU feel like they've been there before. I'm going to see Disabato continue to the reign of terror. Realistically, this is that clutch play. Doesn't capture the Deadeye elimination, unfortunately, but the rest of it just too clean. And I mean, even with a nano boost, the Winston cannot stay alive. Wizard King unfortunately falls, and Midway University will take the L here. ESU a clean 3-0 and to give themselves another win to go 4-1 on the season so far.
Yeah, excellent play coming out from them. They struggled a little bit on control. Not gonna lie, Lijiang Tower was looking a little bit iffy for them.
Warm-up
And
map.
Midway put
Warm-up
up a
map. That's all you
great
got to say.
What's that?
Warm-up map. That's all you got to say.
Warm-up
right?
map. You're absolutely right, actually. That's a really good point. Yeah, it was a warm-up map. It really was. And you know, the ESU just once they really got their footing, they were dominant in this matchup, LaFon.
Yeah, I mean, I was being somewhat joking about that because obviously Midway played really well. But if you're to ask the players on ESU, why did Lijiang Tower kind of go that way? I think they would go, definitely a little bit more cavalier with their response. It would be sort of that idea of it takes one to kind of get things in the swing of it, right? But ultimately ESU all the way through a very strong team, understanding what they're really good at too, right? Not forcing styles that don't play to their advantage, instead playing what they're good at, and then trending towards the victory even as they got further and further along. And I think they got stronger as the series progressed, right? Lijiang Tower was the closest. Blizzard World, a point was captured, and then we move on to map 3 and you get the perfect hold there. So clearly ESU, as the series went on, I made the joke earlier, I did say it was a warm-up map, but they played as if it was through the later stages. So impressive stuff from them here as they take the 3-0 victory.
Well, LaFon, that's not going to quite do it for us here tonight, even though this game is over. We have another one coming right up on the heels of this. But before we bring you that next matchup, LaFon, any words you would like to leave the audience with?
Well, tune back in for match number 2. We have exciting stuff coming just around the corner.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome back to Collegiate Overwatch here at NECC. You're just joining us once again. My name, Warren Jugglegon Hammond, and joined on the mic by none other than LaFon.
Yeah, this is going to be game 2 of the day here at Juggle God as we get set to go underway. Of course, our two teams ahead of us, Alvernia University versus Ithaca College. So definitely exciting stuff here. Obviously, one still hunting for their first victory. Ithaca still looking for that dub, right? They're still hunting there. We got to talk, of course, about how they potentially will get a chance to attempt that victory, but we get a look at the map pool as a result starting off, as we always do, on Control Lijiang Tower initially, then moving on to Blizzard World for Hybrid this week, followed by Gibraltar in map number 3. Beyond that, of course, Juggle, if necessary, Hollywood, Ilios, and then unlikely, but possible, a tiebreak on the final Escort map. So that is how our series will unfold before us. How we get there, of course, it remains to be seen. So as the teams get set to go underway, we shall find out.
That we shall, and like you said, we've got Ithaca College looking for their first win here, but Alvernia University running in about the middle of the pack, shall we say, in this season. They are sitting at a 3-2 record right now. So excited to see what both of these teams can do coming in here today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the way that Alvernia has kind of come across their victories has been certainly a bit of a seesaw look. Couple of 3-0s, still some very close matches with 3-2s, one going their way, another going to their opposition. So they'll likely try to get that initial lead in the series and close out from there. For Ithaca, you don't want to fall behind too early, right? Getting that first map in your wheelhouse, and then that's off your shoulders, so you can start building towards the second one. Again, the only time they have, prevented or have gone to a map number 5 was in week 3. And for them, not being, if they go behind early, then you start to worry about your record. That comes into the mental game a little bit. So for them, they'd like to get this first map out of the way and try and build from there.
Yeah, that they would. I'm sure that they're hoping they can come out and show us exactly what they may have. Show us something we haven't seen before. We're going to have both these teams opting for a brawl composition as we head to Night Market, LaFon, and nothing really out of the ordinary here.
Yep, we'll see how well they kind of meet head to head. I will say the one oddity here perhaps is the fact there's dueling Junkrat, something we don't see very frequently on Night Market. Tends to be more on Control Center. But I mean, with the fact that there's 2 of them, expect a lot of explosive damage, and obviously when you're in close, those mines can be quite threatening. Teleporter from one side, so they'll get to the point first. Will Alvernia Ithaca walking through the main choke point take a ton of damage as a result?
That's going to start to build up Lyle's ultimate, though. The more damage that comes into your team, the quicker you're going to build that up. And already he's just about doubled what Minus has, what she's been able to pull for Alvernia University. But at the moment, no progress has been made by Alvernia in pushing to point. Ithaca College holding very, very strong right now. But Pit Viper about to get that Deadeye online as well. So we could see something fly here very, very soon.
Looking for that first pick off. It's actually been a relatively bloodless fight, right? The fact that the point has ticked over to Alvernia still not meaning a whole lot in terms of eliminations. You can see Pifto just standing still, looking down, seeing if anyone's going to walk into the Earth Shatter. Fire Strike will get them online. And here's that first rate of ultimates. Again, we haven't had an elimination yet.
No, we haven't. This point has gone over handily to Ithaca with a 20% make it 30 as the picks really start coming in favor of them.
Yeah, Alvernia will get the team fight win, and it took up to the 30% mark before we got our actual first elimination, and then it was a snowball affair. Ithaca not able to brute force through the Ant Matrix back to it. Some switches coming in for Ithaca as Pit Viper will go over to the Pharah, unassisted though, so this will allow Confusion a little bit more space to work with to try and take that aerial threat out. Lyle having to work overtime to try and heal the player in the air.
Alvernia comes in with a huge Riptire. Fusion takes out 3. And with that, Ithaca going to be sent back to spawn in short order.
Yeah, dominant performance. I mean, listen, Riptire will just get you a win sometimes.
Yeah.
There it is right there. Is Pit Viper still trying to hunt for that elimination. So, I mean, in as much as, the eliminations came late, Ithaca has not gotten one of theirs yet. So it's still looking for that first pick off. And so far, Alvernia not giving a ton of room to work with to try and find that elimination.
They're going to see if they can push in and kind of brute force this on the back of 3 powers. sound barrier, but a quick environmental kill comes out to Lyle, and that's going to start the snowball of picks for Alvernia University. 90% on the board. This is Ithaca College's last chance to make it in. They're going to try and do it off the back of a whole hog, but once again, the environmental kills come in for Diva Devon.
Yep, and that's going to be the hold. I don't know that anyone can contest for overtime. Yeah, 100-0 there. And really, really initial strong start by Alvernia. I mean, they get to the point first with a teleporter from the Symmetra, and they don't give up percentage at any point as a result. So really, really dominant performance here by your team in blue. And Alvernia, things going well for them off the rip.
That they are, and with the dominant performance on Brawl on Night Market, I'm expecting to see more of the same as we move over to Control Center. No swaps coming in for either side in terms of composition at this point. Nobody planning to make any changes. Wilbo Wagons, pardon me, does in fact go over to the Tracers. So not going to see these dueling Junkrats, and honestly, I feel like Junkrat is a really strong choice here on Control Center.
Well, you'll get your wish, as Pit Viper will go over to the Junkrat late, so that's gonna be there. But I mean, again, it's that teleport early. Solus is gonna get to they're gonna get to the White Room first, are Alvernia, and that means that they're gonna set up, and the hook doesn't get the elimination early, so there's still room, even though the final blow does come through. There's still room for Alvernia to get stabilization to get more damage in.
Ooh, but with Diva Devon going down as well, things are going from bad to worse for Alvernia University. Pit Viper getting in a lot of value with those grenades right now. Wilbo Wagon's looking for an off angle as well. Pit Viper once again layering these grenades in. We're going to see the Immortality Field now used by she's trying to keep her team up for all she's worth. Sololist does come in for a couple of kills, and Ithaca College, despite getting the early advantage, isn't able to transition that into a fight win.
And I mean, that's what I mean about getting better positioning. Even though they lose players, the fact that they're able to hold down Alvernia, that is, able to hold down the objective, means that Ithaca's the one that has to walk into them, and then the respawns sort of, when they come back in, they kind of sandwich the players as they try to take the advantage of the point. Now, I mean, Fusion is going to have the Riptire and has the advantage of being on the defense, so look out for this in the next fight.
Riptires on both sides. As a matter of fact, it's going to be up to which Baptiste, I think, can use their Immortality Field the best, or which team can neutralize this threat of the Riptire. Neither team content yet to let it loose. Pit Viper does come away with a kill, though, onto Sololist, so that's one tool out of the toolbox for Alvernia University. Wilbo Wagon's now trying to get in some off angle, some flank damage as well. Here comes the Riptire from Pit Viper. Is it going to find value? It does! It snags two on Alvernia University, so with the sound barrier coming in from Bree Power, Ithaca College is pushing hard right now. They're trying to finish off these last few kills, and they will be rewarded with some, but Piftil not going to go out quietly.
No, but that's still remarkable stuff there from Ithaca as they walk in. And, I mean, they're, getting the advantage of finding Alvernia isolated, not finding them playing as a team. And that means that they can't set up for any of the ultimates that they want to use. The Photon Barrier is used defensively as Solus is walking back from spawn. So not a very, robust attempt. And that means that Alvernia don't have a fight in that last engagement. Now they're trying to re-aggress. This time they'll have, again, that Riptire, again, the Shatter. Keep an eye out on the tank main tank head-to-head matchup here, as Piftil will have the Earth Shatter and a Sonica. They're trying their best to deny the advantage of it.
They certainly will be. She's going to try to be building up her Shatter as well. Another Riptire thrown through. This time it's going to be Fusions that lands onto Pandasonica. And with that, Alvernia University starting to flip this back in their favor. Confusion coming in for a kill. We've got the Ant Matrix on the high ground as well over on Coast. And with that, Alvernia takes it back.
I mean, they just walk in there, and Fusion finds Lyle, I think, isolated, and the elimination is swift, right? It's the combo of mine into the first ability, right? The local mine. So that is a one-shot, and without any main healing, there's no Immortality Field to defend against Riptire, and it's a trickle effect from there. So now Alvernia, though, they're getting back capped, even as Piftil lies a big Shatter.
Absolutely massive. Look at the double boop coming out as well onto Piftil. They still get the charge kill. They still get the team kill. And now we are in last fight territory for Ithaca.
That was just a brilliant Shatter, right? Everyone's trying to walk through the choke, and it lays down everyone except the player on the objective, which was Wilbo Wagons. That's going to another pick off. Oh, no.
This is really rough for Ithaca College. They let loose with the Riptire. It does find Solo-less, but it's going to be the picks coming in from Alvernia University that are going to continue their dominance. This overtime starting to tick over, not going to last too long. Lodolo swapping over to the Wrecking Ball, trying for a last-minute contest here, but it's only going to do so much, and this map will go the way of Alvernia.
That is a speed run there. Alvernia getting the victory in quick fashion as they complete Lijiang Tower. And I mean, just understanding the timing of the fight wins. This is just a beautiful shatter, by the way. Piftel coming in clutch with the Reinhardt here. I mean, oh, that's tragic. Oh, the shield just drops for a second for Pandasonica, and yeah, ooh, that's rough. That's tough. But it gives the victory over to Alvernia as they start the 1-0 lead here. As we get set in just a moment for map number 2.
I'm so sorry, I was muted.
all good, yeah. But we get set to get into map number 2 here in just a moment. We'll go over to Blizzard World for our second look, as it's going to be hybrid in play, and I mean, looking perhaps to see a little bit more of that Reinhardt as it's showcased.
Yeah, we absolutely will be. Very, going to be a very interesting matchup on Blizzard World. Alvernia, though, came away very, very dominant on control. So I'm anticipating that we're going to see more of the same as we move on to Blizzard World. But I'm ready to be surprised.
Yeah, and I mean, surprises are always nice, and we've been surprised a little bit, right? The Junkrat was a look that we didn't expect. It's not something that's quite common on Night Market, but it got showcased nonetheless. And so, having new looks is not it would not be, I think, outwardly unwelcome. Definitely looking forward to seeing how that kind of evolves, though, because for Alvernia's side, realistically, they were able to walk to the objective and kind of just take control of it rather unharmed. And I think for Ithaca, they need to be a little bit quicker on punishing those aggressive rotates, those that positioning from Alvernia. Don't give it to them. Don't give them that ground for free. And that now we could be in a different story. So we'll see how well they're able to adapt as we move forward.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. When we move on to Blizzard World, there's such long sightlines, and there's such a long trip to that first point, right? Yeah. That there's ample opportunity for you to start to bleed out some of these abilities from your opposition, right? And so if you can do that, if you can, make them expend all of their utility before they get to point, then your defense can come up with a very, very large advantage. So that's what I'm going to be looking at both of these teams to do as we start to load in.
It's a shame that none of these neither of these teams have a shark as their mascot, because
right,
might get an advantage. Oh, I guess in this case it's more like they're hunting the shark. Maybe that doesn't work out so well, actually.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it works out better. There's no sharks as mascots, but no, that's going to be now called on the defense first. So they'll swap sides here, and a halt hook combo, right? So they're playing the shield into the Roadhog a little bit more. Now, there's two ways to play this composition. One is that the Orisa's an island and just sort of plays a mainstay and is sort of the focus, while the Roadhog plays a bruiser and kind of flanks. The fact that Ithaca College is playing a lot of long sightline characters, namely the Ashe and the Torbjorn, leads me to believe that it's actually going to be the secondary style, which is going to be the Roadhog playing in tandem with the Orisa, trying to play off the halt and going for the hooks there, which, it's probably a smarter choice, considering Alvernia will be playing that rush composition, will be playing as a unit, and sort of standing still and calling, "Hey, come to us," is the right choice here.
We're going to see Alvernia take a low approach to the point, and this is a great approach because it eliminates a lot of that poke damage that you're going to take from your opposing side, and especially considering that this is the kind of composition they're running. They're running a poke composition, so. Going to be interesting to see if they're able to get away with it. Lodolo going down early, though. That take a breather, not going to be able to keep them up as long as they had hoped. And now Alvernia with an ample opportunity to start to push this point. Rotation comes in a little bit late from Panasonic, and she's caught out. And with that, Alvernia University going to be able to take this first point.
Yeah, there's only so many stuns at that you can handle. I mean, the take a breather perhaps leaves through one, but then the freeze comes in from fusion, so that's no bueno. And then Ithaca College, I mean, Panasonic meets it consistently, right? Dodges the flashbang, and then continues forward. Oh, big shatter here.
Absolutely massive. Gonna lay down both takes. Gonna charge through several members. Wilbo Wagons does get the kill, but the opportunity has been made, and the rest of Alvernia is taking it.
Sometimes there's moments that hang in the air, sort of in frozen time, right? Mm-hmm. And that shatter was one of them. Pifto was like, of course I'm gonna shatter here. So that's a fight one, and you can see them resetting back on the objective as the cart continues forward. And Ithaca, they make a switch. Pit Viper goes over to the Widow in the halfway through the last engagement. It's going to be up to 50% on the the infra site. But the tough part is you need to get a clean kill like that. Minus goes down, and now without the main healing, Alvernia are a bit of a stickier situation simply because they don't have that survivability they need to take the brawl in close.
Yeah, that's going to make things very, very difficult for them. They're likely going to have to back up. Pit Viper good for another as well, but the counterpick does come in courtesy of Piftil. We're going to see Pit Viper getting very close now to that infra site. Self-destruct thrown in. It will find one. Alvernia University coming up with some big kills right here. They go for the res as well, but I believe that Free Power going to pay for their life for that, and the cart is just about ready to capture here. Just a few more scraps for Alvernia to clean up.
That is a very fast second point take. Barely a hold here. Ithaca now will have to contend with third as their mainstay. Forced to retreat quite aggressively, and they're not done yet. Panasonic eliminated, so this has gone a little bit more aggressive now for Alvernia, recognizing that the respawns from Ithaca are harried and in disarray. Not giving them any opportunity to reset is a smart play. Soloist also going over to the Widow to dual Pit Vipers, so Ithaca in a ton of hurt.
Yeah, they really, really are right now. But they've got plenty of ultimates to try and stabilize with. They're going to see the nano boost applied to the little with the whole hog. They're going to be able to do a tremendous amount of damage with that. Lucio almost loses their footing. They will go down to an anti-nade, though. And with that, Ithaca College will mount their first successful defense here on Blizzard World.
And not a moment too soon.
But Ladolo might have bit off more than he could chew right there. We are going to see Pit Viper coming with a pick onto Fusion, but with the Blizzard and Self-Destruct coming in, Alvernia gonna come out on top once again.
I suppose one could describe that as expensive, but Ithaca College also committed a ton of resources, so it's just the Supercharger and the Valkyrie that's going to be in tow for this next fight, as Solus goes over to the Hanzo, so even more shield break. And I have to say, this Zarya... the problem with the Zarya is that with the Orisa, it's a little bit of anti-synergy, so we'll see how well they're able to make it out as they try and build charge here.
Yeah, that's going to be very difficult because, of course, Pandasonica, she's going to want to stay far away from the action, whereas Lodolo needs to get into it for there to be power. But it's going to be quickly mitigated as Alvernia just sweeps away the competition right here and will complete a full cap on Blizzard World.
346 on the time bank too, so really remarkable stuff here from Alvernia as they run through the map. And I mean, now Ithaca has to set up on their offense and try to get value in this next one, right? This is they just have to. Sometimes it's as simple as, in moments like these, right, with 346 on the advantage, you need to capture the third point and you need to capture with time remaining.
Right.
Ideally more than a minute. And really, there's no easy way to put this. That's a really tough ask.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is going to be a Herculean effort for Ithaca College, especially considering how strong Alvernia has looked so far. And Alvernia opting for a very standard brawl composition on the defensive side here. So,
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah,
because
it does.
The reason why it makes sense is because for them, for Alvernia, this composition excels at taking fights, and when you take fights, you reduce the time bank. The more fights you take, the more quickly the time bank is is difficult because the parts of the fight include staging, the setup. So staging meaning that you kind of place yourself on the map before you meet that head to head, and then the fight itself initiates, and then you have the post fight, ramp down. When you take a lot of fights, those first and third options are there's not many ways to kind of remove them. So they take time, and so you just take more time away because they have such a large time bank. That time mitigation is immense for them, and they're playing the long game here. So I really like this composition from them.
Yeah, this is going to make things difficult for Ithaca College. We're going to see an early pick come in favor, though, of Ithaca. Spitviper able to find Fusion on a flank. Now Pandasonic going to start to push her team forward a bit. We're going to see the rotation come around to the left side of point. It's going to give Alvernia an opportunity now to drop down and meet them on the other side, which is exactly what we're seeing, but it's going to be Pipto taken out by the rocket hammer of Pandasonica. She is swinging for the wall right there, and with that, Ithaca College quickly deals with Alvernia.
Still not done, though. The point's being contested, and, I mean, that hack onto Pifto's big, but they need to make sure these eliminations come quick. Again, time is not on Ithaca's side.
No, it is not, and now we've got Sololess with Attack Visor in the high ground. They've already got a pick onto Wilbo Baggins. Can they turn this into more? We will see Bree Power find Boop Kill onto Pifto, but the fight now swinging back in favor of Alvernia. We've got the Coalescence committed, but it's not going to result in any kills. Trying desperately to keep their team up. Can Pit Viper get back with the EMP in time to swing this fight? We've got a very high charge Ladola, but with them out of the fight as well, this has gone from bad to worse for Ithaca, and the hold is successful for Alvernia.
Literally 99.9% on the capture point.
Wow.
0.1% away. And honestly, shout out to Sololess for trusting the supports enough to be like, I'm going to contest. That is, I mean, it's the right play. It's the right play, but it's tough to put yourself in a dangerous situation like that and not feel a little bit of worry. Now, Alvernia, that's half the time bank eradicated, just gone. And Ithaca still has to try and capture that first objective. Sure, they should be able to do it with the EMP here, but they have 99.9%. That may just come back to haunt them.
It certainly could. We're going to see Wilbo Baggins teleport right underneath Alvernia University. That's going to allow him to get in position for this EMP and potential push. But it looks like they're going to opt for maybe something different. I thought we were going to see an EMP and Wilbo Baggins come in for the backline right there, but it appears that maybe there's a different plan on the books. Alvernia now taking things very, very aggressive. And oh my gosh, the back cap almost comes in. That's what they were playing for. Very, very close, but Alvernia in the meantime has taken out Pandasonica. So with her gone and out of the fight, Ithaca now in a very difficult position. I wonder if maybe they should have gone for the play instead of the back cap.
I think that back cap was more of an emergency thing because they had lost two players early. It's not, you don't intentionally go for that, but I mean, now down to the last minute, and that tactical advisor is going to find one. Force the sound barrier as well. This is not ideal here for Alvernia.
Wow, a 6-man shatter from Pandasonica, though. Can she turn this around? Huge opportunity made, but nobody there from Ithaca to follow up. Means it all is for naught.
And 4 seconds left. Pit Viper uses the EMP as well. But again, the follow-up just can't. Alvernia is the one that has, resources running. The EMP does not shut down the visor, right? So that's a little unfortunate. Piftel again has an Earth Shatter, and I mean Ithaca College, they need to win this fight and they need to win it cleanly. 20 seconds, 25 seconds left here for them. Looking for that big hero play.
They're going to start to push to point. This Graviton Surge in Death Blossom has to be massive. We see a shatter come from the top ropes. It is going to land. Wilbo Wagons with a pick. Here comes the Graviton Surge. It's going to find a couple of victims. Can they turn this into their favor? Once again, Sololess coming in big, but the Coalescence from Lyle may in fact get the job done. Can Sololess come away with a hero play? Not this time. And Ithaca captures the first point.
Still very, very difficult stuff for Ithaca College, and no, I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, they're not done yet. The work is just getting started. 2:15 left, and I mean, you're haunted by that 3-point capture with 3:46 for Alvernia, right? So this street phase is going to be very, very clean, and it has started off to be very much the opposite.
Yeah, it certainly has. Pit Viper going down early, that opens up a lot of opportunity for Alvernia. They don't have to worry about these side lanes. They can push in a lot more aggressively. Even Devin has the Valkyrie ready to go in case the College starts to push forward again, but they don't really have any ultimates to work with right now. whereas Alvernia has 3. Maywall does come out from Fusion to try and section off Pistol, but it's going to be Pandasonica who falls. And with that, Alvernia is going to have a nice hold right here at the arches.
Yeah,
second.
Minus working overtime here with the healing. Something you love to see as she comes in for the team. Now, Alvernia University have the choke point, have the blizzard, have the... What don't they have is a better question. The answer is nothing, including the eliminations, and they dodge Bri Power's attempt at the environmental. So Alvernia eating well, as it were. And that's going to be now a minute left on the clock here to try and just salvage anything from this map for Ithaca.
Look at this. Both of these teams now. Okay, so Alvernia already has their 6 ults online, but Ithaca College is getting theirs as well. This could be an absolute explosion of ultimates during this next fight because, like you said, we are rapidly approaching last fight territory. There might only be one serious one left. We're going to see the Death Blossom not land anything. The shatter is big, though, from Pandasonica. Once again, Pit Viper follows up with a couple of kills. Self-destruct comes in from Alvernia, but it's going to be too little too late. And with 30 seconds left to go, this cart gets moving once again for Ithaca.
Pit Viper, there it is. Good, excellent work. That's going to delay it. They're going to go for the resurrect. Obviously, they have to in this final fight for Alvernia, and why not? Right? Every fight they take is another chance at winning. They're actually not going for the res. They're just electing to wait for the overtime. I don't hate this. Again, Ithaca only has the one ultimate to work with now, right? They only have the Graviton Surge, and it's going to need to be massive.
Oh my gosh, and that is a great way to start things out because Minus had the amplification matrix. That could absolutely have been a win condition for Alvernia. Overtime is here. Here comes the Graviton Surge. He catches a couple, and with that, the picks do come in for Ithaca. Pistol gonna try and stall things out, but with confusion out of the mech, Ithaca College will get through Streets phase of Blizzard World.
A minute and a half left though, and oh man, it's tough when a team captures a second point. I mean, it's great that Ithaca has come online at the end. A lot off the back of Pit Viper, getting those eliminations, those stagger plays, so Alvernia can't take a true 6v6. One team out here playing Overwatch 2, the other still playing the game we're on. And that's a good thing for Ithaca, but I mean, now down to a last minute, and they need to capture with time remaining. And it looks like they're not going to be able to do it.
No, this is going to be a very, very tough thing for them to do, especially considering both DPS are out of the fight. 50 seconds left to go. Ithaca College needs to reset very quickly. Otherwise, this could be absolutely terrible for them.
And, I mean, now you're playing for the overtime capture, right? The cart does not move fast enough to get there, even 3-stack with no contest. So, I mean, Ithaca's playing for the draw at this point. It's still better than a loss, no doubt about it. We're going to see some switches coming in as Pit Viper will go over to the Genji here. So both Shimada brothers in play. We'll see which one comes out on top. Lore says it's Hanzo. We'll see if that changes here.
Alvernia University sitting on 2 ultimates right now. Pandasonica just about to get this Earth Shatter. Can she survive long enough? It's not going to be the case as the Amp Matrix does a tremendous amount of damage. Alvernia University going to be able to take this one on Blizzard World from Ithaca College.
And oh no, the lore has come true yet again. Solus will shut down Pit Viper. And the Hanzo walks away with the victory again as Alvernia takes that 2-0 lead. I mean, Juggle God, that was just a strong showing from Alvernia on their offense, and they never looked back.
No, they didn't. They absolutely, they steamrolled through their attack phase. And, this actually reminds me of, one thing that we did see, which was that, the rotation just didn't quite come through quick enough right there. I think, and that might have been the case a lot of times, for this Ithaca College squad, right? They didn't recognize that the threat was imminent, and so they left themselves in a very precarious situation, and Piftle just took advantage of it. And I think that's what happened over and over again. But I do want to say that Pandasonica, she has impressed me tremendously on the Reinhardt. She has hit some fat shatters. Not every time has her team been able to follow up on them, but they've been impactful.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, right? But the thing to highlight, of course, is not that the main tank head to head is oftentimes not dictated solely by the skill of the main tank. It's all the factors around them. How well is your team supporting you? How well are you getting the resources you need, like the speed boost? One thing that Alvernia had in that first engagement was the fact that Piftel has the amp speed, right? That speed aura to back them up. And for Pandasonica, they're in certain cases playing with an on and a BAP, and maybe sometimes that'll work. But sometimes that's not going to find value. Even when the Lucio is in play, in that case, you need the support of the rest of your team as well. So it's a team game out there, and one player's impact is oftentimes only exacerbated by the remaining players being able to follow up.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You look at a lot of other first-person shooters. Valorant comes to mind. CS:GO, things like that. The individual can swing the nature of a fight relatively or on their own, right? Whereas in Overwatch, it really does take a lot of synergy, a lot of working together to accomplish what you need to do. And when that synergy and when that teamwork isn't there, we see the results of it in the scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait to see if Ithaca College can recover to give themselves a chance back in this series, as they're down 0-2 so far against Alvernia University.
We're going to throw it to a quick break, though, before we see what's going to happen in this third and potentially final map, as we are going to be headed to the high grounds of Gibraltar. Stick around. We will be back in just a minute. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had enough time to grab some water, do what you needed to do, because we are ready to head back into this matchup. 2-0 the score line here, and LaFon, we are headed to Gibraltar next.
Yeah, obviously we have a set map pool here at NECC, so there will be, per week, the showcasing of different maps. Obviously, this week is Gibraltar for our escort, and I'm interested to see how well the adaptation comes through because we haven't seen a whole lot of it, I think, from Alvernia. That's a harsh way to put it. We haven't needed to see any flexibility from Alvernia, so that's probably fair. But there's a lot more high ground on Gibraltar, right? You can still play the Reinhardt. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just that it's a lot more difficult to make work, and so we'll have to see if that adaptation comes through here.
Yeah, we will. Ithaca College looking a little rough right now, but you know what? Ithaca, I don't know if you're familiar with it, LaFon. I've had the opportunity to visit there several times, and it's there's a lot of high ground in Ithaca, shall we say? It's a lot of cliffs and gorges and hills and things like that. So maybe some familiarity with the landscape will do Ithaca College some good. Maybe that'll help them bring it back here and see if they can't get a reverse sweep on the board. Still looking for this first win. Let's see if that's going to be in the cards today.
Yeah, and I mean, we said at the top of the show that they need to, ideally, they'd like to prevent themselves from getting behind early. In that regard, but that didn't come through. So now the best time for a victory is at the start. The next best time of the victory is when you don't have any choices left. So we'll see if they're able to bring this one back, claw it from the brink, as it were. For Alvernia, it's game tapes stay the same. The game plan hasn't changed at all. There's no point in I think something that's really interesting with Alvernia is how aggressively they've played so far. They haven't really taken, the defensive side of things, haven't really respected the space of the defense, and I don't think they should, especially with how, reactive Ithaca has, or the lack thereof, Ithaca has had to that aggression. Impressive stuff from Alvernia to lead off the series.
You're absolutely right. And I think aggressive is a great way to describe those as well. My mind goes back to the one push that we saw from Ithaca College where it looked like maybe we were going to see an EMP with a Reaper come into the backline on the high ground where the other team was holding. But no, they opted instead. Well, we saw that team drop down and push into Ithaca College while the Sombra tried to backcap. And that, to me, I think is a perfect example of this kind of aggression that we've seen come out today.
I mean, to that point of that play, I really liked what Alvernia was doing. Head on a swivel. They didn't let that play go through for free. Even with the back attempt, the off tank was right there for the support. So Alvernia not only are being aggressive, they're tempering that aggression with intelligence, and that's something you need to do to be able to succeed at consistent levels in Overwatch, and something that I'm pleased to see so far. Of course, now that could go away in an instant in this next map. I don't think it will, but the potential still exists for that to be the case.
Yeah, it certainly does. Alvernia definitely going to be looking to stop Ithaca College in their tracks right now on Watchpoint Gibraltar. And I mean, in the last game that we saw a first point hold, and the defense here can be so powerful.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw in our previous series today, the first series of the night, that was that was the fact that occurred there, right? It was a first point hold off some clutch play. So, does that repeat itself here? We'll have to find out. I will say, of course, how we got here has been sort of a case study in and of itself, because map number 1 was not particularly close. Obviously, the 100-0 on Lijiang Tower on Night Market. It was, a case of teleport to the objective first for Alvernia, and they kind of just stabilized and held there. Round number 2 was a little bit closer, not much, but a little bit. In so much as that was the case, it's been improvement from Ithaca ever since. They got to the third stage on Blizzard World, and yes, their defense wasn't particularly successful on the first time around, but they brought it back in their offensive round. I'm curious to see if that improvement continues into Watchpoint Gibraltar. So if they can slow down the game enough for that first point, to take that advantage there, then maybe there is a chance for them to bring this one back.
Yeah, there certainly could be. If they can pull that off, I could see their chances improving greatly at taking Alvernia. But Alvernia definitely going to be the favorite going into this map. Now, let me take a quick peek here and see if sides have been chosen just now. All right, Ithaca will be on attack first this time, so we're gonna get to see if where they're going to set the goal line, right, for Alvernia. They're gonna hope to set it as far as they can, hopefully at the end of the map. If you are an Ithaca College fan.
Yeah, and I mean that's sort of the chance to see, does that come true? And I mean, the one thing to highlight though is that when you're attacking first, if your attacking side doesn't go well, how well do you recover on the defense, right? How well can you rebound from that? And so Ithaca will have a chance to set the pace, but that could just as easily backfire. We'll see if they're able to recover here in map number 3 as we start off on Gibraltar, the Overwatch flag waving in the breeze.
Yeah, it's not too much longer that we're going to see that Overwatch flag without a little 2 next to it, LaFon. I love the fact that we've gotten some news here recently about the new game. I for one can't wait to see it. I know that I'm sure everybody here can't wait to see that game when it comes out. But to start things out, we're going to have Alvernia on the defense, and they are opting for dive, which I love.
Yeah, man, this is an interesting composition. I would expect Soloist to get most of the pocket from Diva Devon here, while it's another 4-player squad setup. So it's like, usually you see an Ashe instead of the Soldier, but obviously the Soldier has a lot more mobility, has a little bit more survivability if they're caught out, and obviously the Helix Rocket, the burst damage is quite high. So we'll see how well this turns out. But this composition, in as much as it's a dive, is built for brawl. They're built to get up close and kind of hammer it out. And we can see right there, as a result, look at how close on the bridge they're playing. And this is smart, I think, from them.
Yeah, I think it absolutely is. Typically you're going to see, if the attackers opt for a dive composition, you're going to see them come out and contest that bridge. But that's not going to be the case here. We're going to see the brawl. We're going to do a little Congo line up to this high ground. They're going to look to take this bridge away from them. But they're going to do it a little bit slower. The TP is going to come in. It's not going to include Reinhardt. And with that, Alvernia University just makes quick work of Ithaca.
So, I mean, the reason the Reinhardt isn't with them is because the Reinhardt's the one that moves the cart in this composition. Unfortunately for Ithaca, Alvernia is ready for it. So they hold up in the side. Don't get baited by the rotation and come and clean up. Really good stuff. We're going to see Pit Viper switch over to the Widow, and, I mean, Alvernia hasn't been forced to give up that high ground, so they're just going to continue to put as much damage as they can.
Soloist able to get a kill, but Pit Viper does strike back. It's going to be a 4v4 now on point, and Pit Viper, I think, has been a standout player so far for Ithaca College. On the Widow, they've really been able to get a lot of value. Alvernia, though, going to be able to continue to put this aggressive push into Ithaca College. As the shield of Pandasonica goes down, so does she. We're going to see an exit pick from Wilbo Wagons, and with the respawns in Ithaca's advantage, that could be a boon.
I mean, it's certainly... Oh, well, it could be. It's not going to be, but it certainly is not a bad thing. In this sense, right. Because Soloist gets the elimination to Bri Power, the reset has to come in. You can see the relative... passiveness from the offense here as they're waiting for their remaining members to come in. The big problem, of course, is the high ground control is here for Alvernia. Look at that by Pistol. Both tank ultimates are available, or will nearly be so. Here's the Tactical Advisor as well, and no defensive utility for Ithaca to deny it.
Minus will go down, and without her in the lineup, Alvernia going to be a little bit worse for wear. Diva Devon going down low as well. Fusion does find a pick onto Lodolo. Now Pistol with the Primal Rage to try and slow things down. Once again, Pandasonica going to be pounded into oblivion. Fusion connects for another. And with that, Alvernia is going to hold once again.
Yeah, really good stuff. Alvernia, don't overcommit to the payload. The payload does move, yes, but it's, Ithaca is unfortunately trying to take the fight on the objective, and Alvernia says, okay, we'll just continue to control the high ground. The payload is now even worse place off for the offense because you have to walk through the choke point and take, look how much damage you have to take just to enter, down to it. As Wilbo Wagons gets the high ground, tries to take a fight, but Pistol's there to deny it. And now Alvernia just... It's a firing range from on high, and Soloist is the main benefactor.
Yeah, this has just been a tremendous defense coming out from Alvernia. They've got 5 ultimates coming online as well. Lyle does have this nano boost. Pit Viper has the tac visor, so these both have to be big. But with Lodolo going down early, things are not looking great for Ithaca. They are down to last fight territory. They have to back up and reset post-haste.
And Piftal's trying to make sure that doesn't happen. And with a double pocket from both supports, it's looking better and better for them. Hold them in spawn, force the reset, and kind of come through. Tactical Visor here, not going to find line of sight as Alvernia retreat.
Yeah, Lyle going to be taken out by a Death Blossom from Fusion. 30 seconds left to go. And with very little left on the board for Ithaca College, this is looking rough. Alvernia with a tremendous hold here. Let's see how Ithaca College tries to touch here and continue this push.
Pit Viper onto the Doomfist, just trying to get to the objective, but yeah, taken away. No. 4 seconds left. It's harried, it's staggered, it's rough. And the Tactical Visor will say no thank you as Alvernia will complete their hold here. And overtime will trickle away for now the offensive end. And Ithaca College looking to play defense, ideally better, to see if they can salvage a win here in Gibraltar.
This is going to be very, very tough, though. The card only made it as far as Car Wash, the colloquially known as Car Wash, that area right underneath the bridge. The lowest point on Watch Point Gibraltar, as a matter of fact.
And actually, another fun fact about that, the reason it's called Car Wash, there's so 2 fun facts about Gibraltar. First, one, way back, that actually used to be a checkpoint.
Really?
Yes, that used to be a checkpoint. Because
was that like beta or alpha or something?
No, it was in the main game. They removed it eventually, but yeah, way back in Overwatch, it used to be a checkpoint. And they used to have Symmetra turrets. Back when Symmetra had 6 turrets, would set up in there, and that's why it was a Car Wash. So 2 little fun facts for you.
That's wild.
Yeah, defensively, people didn't defend this first part of Gibraltar. They'd let the checkpoint go through, they'd let the first checkpoint go through, and then they'd
I do remember that. Yeah.
So
yeah,
I mean, just past that, listen, days of yore. This is where the card used to be defended. So we'll see how Ithaca College can resolve this, because it's looking rough. They've got a cheese composition for it, and hopefully they're able to put enough damage through with the Bastion, with the Junkrat, to get some value with the double shield, stabilize long enough, but definitely have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, they absolutely do. So much damage, though, in this composition. I mean, the damage boost, the amplification matrix, Pit Viper with the grenades as well. The Alvernia University going to have a hard time getting into position to stage a dive. Pit Viper going to be controlling this high ground very well. Wilbo Wagons goes down low. Immortality Field already has to be used by Repower, but Piftal will take a trip back to spawn unwillingly, courtesy of the Omnic Bastion.
Resurrect there from Piftal, though, and look how many resources are committed, which means that the dive's going to come in and Lyle down now. Ithaca slowly falling apart.
Oh my gosh, Confusion able to take Wilbo Wagons out of the fight. Panasonica down as well, and without their main tank, things are going to be very, very tough for Ithaca College. Alvernia University on the brink of winning this map and this series. They don't have far to go, and it's a long time from spawn to this point. And Panasonica committed to this Orisa. Can she get there in time?
They will not. The cart will roll in, minus the only one escorting it, and that will be the game. Alvernia takes the victory here, 3-0. Dominant advantage on Gibraltar as they complete the run through, and looking really good here.
Yeah, Alvernia played absolutely dominant today. I mean, we see first point holds on Watch Point Gibraltar, but I feel like it's rare that we see one so far forward. Just phenomenal defensive play coming out from them. Phenomenal aggressive play coming out from just a great showing from start to finish from Alvernia.
Yeah, excellent stuff. And they will, as a result, take the victory here. And I mean, to highlight Ithaca College, right? They had moments of excellence. They had moments of team cohesion and team play. Unfortunately, they couldn't string it all together to shut down their opposition. And still looking for that first victory. But I think they have the building blocks here as a team. And so I'm looking forward to see if they can string them together, put them together, to have that come in the future. For the moment, though, they'll have to be content with the moments they had as Alvernia, again, walks away with a 3-0.
That they do, and that is going to do it for us tonight here, LaFon. There's more Overwatch coming your way from NECC, but we're going to be handing off the reins to another pair of casters. So, pleasure working with you, as always, LaFon. And before we close, once again, any final words?
Well, I mean, stay tuned. More action comes right after this.
streets like we do. 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 Like we do.
All right, welcome chat match 3 of the NECC Gauntlet. Tonight for Overwatch, I'm All Charge joined by Chase Nuclear Nukem. And Nuke, we got a banger on our hands, maybe the most electric game we're going to cast all regular season. It's Northwood versus Bay State. These two teams undefeated in the Legends division. What can chat expect tonight, Nuke?
Chat can expect nothing short of natural disasters happening all around the board. There's going to be earth shatters, right? There's going to be dragon strikes. There's going to be pulse bombs. There's going to be shaking like you've never seen before. In fact, I would even put money down that your computer screen just starts wobbling off the desk because this action that's coming up tonight is unprecedented. It's nothing that we've seen before this season in this division in the NECC.
Yeah, really only once or twice a semester you get this kind of matchup at the highest level where you're just going to be treated with a best of 5 of nonstop, well-executed Overwatch. These are some of the best programs in the country, and they recently just had a 2-1 bout go the way of Bay State in the Activision Blizzard Collegiate League. So these two teams are trying to duke it out. The reason that Northwood gives for losing that game 2-1 is Landon playing on a laptop, so Bay State is trying to silence all doubters this time and beating him on a 3K PC build. We'll see how it plays out, but Nuke, where are we going next here?
Man, I tell you, I think we're going to go to the lineups first, take a look at what these colleges have to bring to the table. First of all, we are going to take it over to Northwood University. We got Burger Bandit, Landon, Seasons, Dynasty, Yamitra, and Boat on the roster of Northwood. Now tell me, what are we expecting to see from Bay State?
Well, Bay State, the star-studded lineup of Neb, Kiwami, Faded, Cabe, Abs, and Depresso. You got to keep your eye in this game on Neb and Landed. Both of the supports on these teams are pretty much their captain shot callers, and they do a ton of damage too. Their mechanics are on point. I remember in the playoffs last semester, Landon was our player of the game in a game that you and I casted. And again, in a tournament over the summer that I had the pleasure of casting, the Will English Invitational. That was like a semi-pro tournament that Northwood showed up to and decided that they would run the table and get all the way into the finals. So this team just competes as much as they possibly can. Both of them really do, but there is almost no time off for these teams. And Nuke, as we get into the maps, Lijiang Tower is going to be our stage for map number 1 as we go into control. And then on to hybrid, we've got good old Blizzard World, Escort, Watchpoint Gibraltar, hybrid again, Hollywood. Back to control for map 5 is going to be Ilios, and then the tiebreaker, if need be, is Junkertown. And there is a fair chance because these undefeated teams just had a 2-1. Like I said, they play very close Overwatch, and if they treat us to a map 6, I mean, everyone must just be smiling ear to ear because this is going to be so fun to watch.
Oh, absolutely. And I actually have the pleasure this weekend of seeing Bay State compete in New York at the Hudson Valley GamerCon. So that's going to be very exciting and a cool point of a conversation point, if you will, for me to bring up with them. And this match, I love that first things first, we're getting into Lijiang Tower. This is an awesome map. I think that it's perfect for control, obviously, and it's one of the better control maps. There's a lot of variety in what you can do on Lijiang Tower. All the points are, different in how you approach them. But we're taking a look at the lineups. Looks like characters are coming out. In Bay State, looks like they're going to be running the Zarya Diva.
I was going to say,
mind.
no way.
That's
No
what I was
chance.
thinking. I was like,
This
wow.
No way. Not
That
quite
would've been-
mirror comp, Snook, but pretty close here. Both of them playing Brawl with the Lucio, Speed Boost, and Reinhardt. But we're about to be underway here. Dynasty, the Doomfist player for this Northwood esports squad, going in with that first initial rocket punch, trying to make some space. Doesn't find the Elim. Landon actually has to pop down that immortality field to save him. And just like that, Northwood come away with the first kill of the night. D-Mech and Kiwami, and shortly following with a takedown on the Faded and Depresso. Bay State starting to crumble early in this one, but Northwood just out to that early start. Despite getting to the point second, they will take that first fight dub.
Well, I mean, Bay State, you have to find the value with Depresso on Symmetra. And while they did get the teleport in, unfortunately, Northwood beat them there. They got the Lucio boost a little bit faster and beat them to the punch. So Depresso immediately making that switch over to Cole Cassidy might change the dynamics of these fights. We're seeing a stun come out between Faded and Seasons on point. We're going to see some... Fire Strike actually get thrown out. It's going to take out Neb on the side of Bay State. Northwood keeping this aggression up. Tell me, what do you think Bay State needs to do coming back from this? What do they need to throw out?
Well, they choose to invest right there pretty early in the next fight. Didn't have all their members back. That could have been a miscommunication there to commit that amplification matrix. So going through this game, I'm sure we're going to see them tighten up how they use that alt economy. I think that was a pretty aggressive investment, but there's still a lot of this first round to chew away at, and I'm sure they're still sitting pretty in this spot because Cabe almost has that Riptire Depresso coming online with the high noon right now, and they've got the opening pick here on the Dynasty. So I'm looking for Neb to just speed boost this team and get some focus fire called. Cabe is going to pop this Riptire, and right now Northwood has to play a bit scared as he stalls it out. But Northwood, they drop the sound barrier, they're amping up the aggression, and they're investing of their own. Burger Bandit sends in that self-destruct, doesn't find anything. Neb collapses onto both there. Seasons also falls in the front line, but Dynasty in the meantime has found 2 picks on his own, trying to swing this one back for Northwood Esports, and he might have done it. They've still got 3 in this fight, but Depresso able to take down Yamitra up on that high ground in the center of point. And Bay State, they don't want to say die in this fight just yet, but Dynasty's got some other plans as he closes in on his 4th and 5th kill of the fight.
That was so close. I mean, look at that bar. Bay State needed a fraction of a second to take that point, but Northwood keeping them off and holding it to 90%, not allowing Bay State to get control at all, might be all she wrote for map 1. We're going to see a self-destruct popped out by Kiwami. Not going to find anyone. Seasons immediately taking out Depresso, Boat following suit. This is not looking very good for Bay State at the moment. This may be the first point going to Northwood.
Got a free shatter here if Faded needs to use it, though. There's no shield on the side of Northwood to block this one right now. He's just got to line it up, and there it goes. Slams down onto Landon. Landon taken care of as Kiwami dives him past that Ant Matrix. And right now, we're just seeing Boat trying to make a last stand here for Northwood Esports, but it looks like it might be too little, too late in this fight. Just as I say it, though, Seasons comes in, swinging for the fence, is able to clean up too, but Bay State does eventually get their first take.
Yeah, that was an amazing play from Depresso, getting to point. I love the Tracer switch. They had to get there in the nick of time, and it proved to work for them, right? That Tracer came in, took a lot, picked apart the back line, took out Dynasty, took out Seasons, and Northwood now regrouping. They had to utilize a lot of ultimates to hold that point, but they do have Earth Shatter, and they do have Self-Destruct coming online, as well as beat Yamitra. All 3 of those ultimates coming up at the same time. That's huge. Sound barriers dropped. Seasons pushing in with the rest of the roster. Dynasty setting a pick apart from the rest, diving into the back line, and it looks like the Rocket Punch is coming in. That is huge. The Meteor Strike taking out nobody, but doing a good job of distancing the rest of Bay State. Probably long enough for Northwood to secure this first point. And as I say that, they get in time. Wow, Bay State not giving up without a fight.
No, we're not going to see them give up without a fight all game long. Expect this one to just be tooth and nail to the bitter end as Faded slams down Boat, but unfortunately for him, doesn't get the shield back up in time to defend the damage out of Landon's rifle, and Landon takes down the main tank for Bay State. Now there's a lot of space out there for Northwood to work with, but they're still just trying to cleave away at these staggers coming in. Neb goes down, Kiwami follows after, and after a long, hard-fought round 1, we've got Northwood with a 1-0 lead here on Lijiang.
What I really love watching about the Legends division, Berkeley, is the high level just micro that you see in Overwatch at this division. We're seeing punches being thrown out after every ability on almost every hero. We're seeing very minuscule, very small sight lines that are being taken advantage of by both DPS on both sides, and we're seeing a lot of these 2-man groups taking apart and picking apart these fights. We saw it a lot in that last map with Depresso and Abs and Neb just grouping up as a 3 and taking point, stalling point long enough for Bay State to get in. That's what I love seeing at this level of Overwatch.
And Nuke, another fun thing about this level too is even though the highest level of Overwatch, you might think the meta is just mirror copying each other time after time, but in these first 2 points of Lijiang, we are seeing different strategies, and that is what these teams separate themselves with. Nev opening up with the boop onto Yamitra, and Landon goes down as well. It looks like Northwood is left without a backline, and Bay State, they storm right onto this point with a very swift dive nuke, and they clean house.
Yeah, Bay State definitely flipping the script this time, getting to point a little bit faster than Northwood, which is expected from their comp. Seasons will be on that Orisa, and that without a Lucio is going to be hard and to get to point just a little bit slower. Bay State's invested in that full dive composition, and that's what allowed them to get in early and get those picks off of Northwood.
And this is one of the more difficult points in all of Overwatch, just to flip back your way. Those bridges make it almost impossible to rotate around the coast side of this map, so I would expect both teams to end up going through this white room, as players like to shot call it out as, but still, it's no easy way to get to point. Nev does go down first. That's a good window opened up for Northwood, but this dive comp is going to be very tough for them to focus down. They've got to make something happen fast. Faded just primaling the point, making it look like a bounce house out there, and Bay State able to swing back the fight as Depresso picks up 2, but they're going to need some more here. Boat and Dynasty coming in, both picking up 1, popping the Blossom, and now we've just got a duel between the Reapers, but it doesn't look like it's one that Northwood can win.
Unfortunately, Boat not getting the teleport they were looking for, teleporting to the edge of the bridge and getting caught out immediately by Cade. Yeah, Bay State holding true on this one, doing a great job of just keeping the aggression up. And like you said, this is one of the hardest points in Overwatch. They're holding fort. We saw Northwood pop the Baptiste ult, the amplification matrix inside of the point, trying to get value, but Bay State's got the rotation. They just moved around. Depresso's gonna dive in with the copy ability, try to get some value, and we're gonna see a massive Uno reverse card from Cade. The Death Blossom and the Field of Flowers are flourishing, taking out a majority of Northwood.
Yeah, don't step into Cabe's garden. Everyone wants to be inside the fence, but Cabe quick to shut the gate on Northwood's next attack. And now they've just got 6% to go here. 6 measly seconds to get onto the point. It looks like they're too far away, but in this division, you can never count anyone out. That Sim TP comes in the nick of time as Kiwami and Burger Bandit just fight for a touch there. Both tanks on the side of Northwood go down, but I wouldn't expect them to say die in this fight just yet, as the DPS find a pair of kills onto the Bay State tank line. And now this one is quickly anyone's game, but it is a 4 versus 3 favoring Bay State. Bay State losing Depresso there, evens this one back out. Dynasty trying to pump in some more damage, but Cade answers the call before being quickly dealt with by Boat. Still, this one just tooth and nail nuke. This is going to be the story of the night, as Northwood somehow, some way, make a flip out of almost a desperation play.
It's literally the reverse storyline that we saw from the last map, Berkeley. That's exactly what happened to Bay State. They took it back with the nick of time to come back, and they took it to, what, about 20-30% before Northwood was able to recap. I expect that's what we're going to see from this attempt to come back in now. Faded popping the Primal Rage on point. Cade getting a pick on Landon, and we're going to see Depresso get the pick on Dynasty immediately, but Dynasty's turret taking out Depresso. That is the value of Symmetra on this point. You throw those turrets down, they're hard to see. Ooh, the massive Sim Wall coming up and blocking out half of the point straight through the middle. Season's going to find a pick as well. Bay State having a hard time of recapping this point. Northwood does have a better tent that they're pitching as of comp to comp.
Yeah, and I think their Wrecking Ball composition with Seasons on that hero gives them a little more dive capability, just with how you can cycle those cooldowns on that hero. It can just be a little more rapid fire than Faded on this Winston, but of course you don't get the benefit of that shield. We'll see if a big bubble play comes in handy for them here as the tanks go in deep. Cabe popping the Blossom for a pair of kills on the Yamitra and Dynasty. Not done there as he takes down Burger Bandit, trying to find more. And it looks like Burger Bandit cleaned up in pilot form, and the flip should come through here, but they've got to deal with Seasons quick, and that is why Wrecking Ball can be so good in these contest phases, but it does actually go the way of Bay State, and Northwood able to get back in just the nick of time, but they've got to make more of a stay on this point. Burger Bandit finds his way into the koi fish pond, doesn't quite find the ground he was looking for, and that could be crucial for Northwood. Bay State might actually be able to pull away from this fight as Neb pops the sound barrier to support all of Bay State. Overtime still bleeding down, but this contest nowhere near done as a Death Blossom gets popped there from Boat, but it comes up relatively empty as he goes down to Kiwami. And more ultimates here being invested by Bay State as they finally put an end to the round and tie this one up 1 apiece.
What I loved was Kiwami threw the self-destruct in the back half of point, while Bay State had coverage on the front half, ensuring that that wrecking ball was not getting back in. Seasons did a beautiful job with the switch to wrecking ball and staying on point, ensuring that they were holding that time up, resetting that clock whenever they could to allow the rest of Northwood time to regroup and get back to point. Unfortunately, Bay State just had it lock and key. They were not allowing Northwood to get back on that point, which leaves us 1-1 in this series.
This is right where I want to be. 1-1 on our very first map. Both teams not looking any bit weaker or stronger than the other in any aspect of play so far. In compositions, this is the first time, Nuke, we've actually got almost a mirror matchup. Depresso will be on his famed Echo, and we do have Boat on the Sombra. So we'll actually see if there's going to be a hack difference here, as those two tanks on the side of Bay State are great targets, but still, the amount of damage Depresso can do on Echo and the amount of value he gets out of every single copy could be the difference maker for Bay State. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm eager to see as well how these Zenyatas and Brigettes do on both sides. Seeing a hack come out immediately, Boat targeting Depresso almost immediately, trying to take them out. Abs now on the back of point, trying to get some of these Discord orbs out, allow some support for the rest of the team. You see Tracer try to dive off point, but they are going to recall almost immediately. That's going to be a kill for Cabe onto Yamitra. Now Bay State securing point. Northwood trying to dance around it, looking further in, but I don't think they're going to find it quite yet. That's going to solicit a regroup. However, they were able to cap 18% as they did take the point first and early.
And Nuke, if you want to see some very intense Overwatch, let's just get a spectate here onto Abs, the Zenyatta player for Bay State College. To play this completely stationary glass cannon hero at a high level, you are under so much duress constantly, especially against a dive comp. Of course, he's rotating around the outside of the map here, but the amount of pressure that comes in so fast, so swiftly, as Dynasty, Seasons, and Burger Bandit all close in on one target. Usually it's Abs, but right now, Abs is still relatively safe for the time being. Having that Transcendence in the back pocket, uses it to just bail out Bay State for a few more moments, as they're just looking to keep this point for as long as they can, chew up as much of the time as they can in this round, taking away from Northwood. But still, Landon coming in, the Zenyatta on the other side with 2 kills, and that is going to get the flip for Northwood.
Yeah, Kiwami tried to pop the self-destruct on point right after we saw Landon throw out the Transcendence, but Northwood just backed up. They did as we say, the most OP thing in Overwatch. They backed up, they waited for the opportunity, and they re-engaged. Took out Kiwami before they were able to remech, and then called it there. Bay State now re-engaging with 2 ultimates online. They do have the Minefield, and they do have the Pulse Bomb. Either could work in this situation. We're going to see the Minefield actually come out from Faded. Ooh, and the stick's going to come out on Landon, cracking open this fight. Wide open, actually. Bay State with a massive advantage now, taking out 2 on the side of Northwood. Not quite that it's over for Northwood. They could regroup here, and they actually do have someone on point retouching. Seasons trying to stall out this time, but it's going to die for it almost immediately on point. Someone still contesting. Bay State left scratching their head a little bit.
A little bit here as they hit a bit of a speed bump. They won that fight a few moments ago, but didn't get the flip for about 15 or 20% as Northwood got a very good contest in there. And now, one of the most interesting fights of the map, Boat is almost at that EMP, and that is the biggest ultimate. He'll definitely be sending it in, probably targeting Abs to take down that Zenyatta shield, go for that cheeky little one hit, but no! Foiled by Cabe, diving Boat as he tried to get toward that mega health pack and stay safe. And Depresso copies Boat and gets the EMP of his own, but unfortunately that one found no targets. Still though, that is the difference an Echo can make. Anytime you're on a Sombra versus an Echo, you're giving an Echo potentially 2 EMPs in the time you get that duplicate off.
Right. I guess this is a lot of micro, but I would have loved to have seen a little bit more of a play from Bay State there. Depresso could have probably pushed up, gotten a bigger EMP from that. But we are going to see a hack in the back line. Northwood now sneaking up and taking out Bay State, sweeping out the ground from underneath them, actually, recapping the point. And small fights like that are what could really determine this entire set, right? We saw Depresso kind of pop that EMP just off of point, I think it was a little bit of a panic, not sure when that copy would run out. All they had to do is, get up in their face a little bit, get aggressive on the side of Bay State, keep Northwood off, and that would allow them maybe even up to that 99%. But now they're fighting tooth and nail to recap for this final fight.
And a good thing here for Bay State is they don't have to deal with that EMP in the final fight. Boat is only at 34%, so that is just sweat that they don't have to be perspirating here. They've actually got a pretty calm fight in front of them as Neb gets off the rally. Everyone is very well supported as Abs is there with the Transcendence as well. Faded lays down the minefield, and they've got this point pretty well sealed off from Northwood. Northwood actually is struggling to get a footing here onto the objective, and it's not going to get any easier as Seasons gets collapsed on by 3 members of Bay State, but Dynasty is there to answer with a pulse bomb stick onto Neb. A copy comes in here. Depresso lets a Diva Bomb fly, zoning out the point, taking down Burger Bandit, and slamming down into a double kill. The backline for Northwood completely dealt with. And what a clutch copy there from Depresso at the biggest moment of the round, but he's still got to clutch this one out. Seasons back on the point and contesting, but Depresso, the hero for Bay State, wins them Lijiang Tower, and they are up 1-0 in our set.
It's almost as though Depresso heard me, criticizing that copy earlier and said, "No, don't worry, homie, I got you. I got a copy right here for you." I think that was a beautiful play. Choosing to copy the Diva allows a lot for the team having that third tank in the mix. And wow, what a remake! That was just grimy. Yeah, squishing both of the squishies in the corner. Gotta give it to Depresso for that one. That was a great play, and overall, 500 IQ.
Yeah, Nuke, I think we're going to see a lot of that 500 IQ stuff tonight, and right off the bat, Lijiang Tower does not disappoint. If you're watching this one, you're blessed with some fantastic Overwatch, and it is not going to stop anytime soon. We're going to be going over to our first hybrid map of the night, and that is Blizzard World. Given what we've just seen, Chase, what can you expect from, let's just say, Bay State, as they're probably going to be the first attacking team here? What do you think they're going to run on their offense?
Well, I can tell you no matter what they run, it'll be versatile. And both of these teams are doing a great job of just adapting and understanding what the other side is throwing at them. They seem to almost have an answer for it, and that's what makes this series so close. Now, with us going to Hollywood, I think we could see a variety of comps. I think really anything is on the table at this point. Either way, we'll probably see a Cabe on a Reaper. That Death Blossom has been invaluable and gotten so many picks in just the first 3 control rounds. We could see Reinhardt's on both sides. I think it's not going to matter what we see at the beginning because it's going to transition so often with how much these teams have a deep understanding of the meta of Overwatch.
I think we're actually swapping sides here, so it looks like Northwood will be the first attacking team here as we go into Blizzard World. So a pretty long walk to the first objective. Poke comps can actually kind of come away with great defenses. I mean, I know in my ranked games, I'm a mere Masters player. I don't even hold a torch to these gaming warlords we got here tonight. But Torb Hanzo, Nuke, how many times do I have to tell you that Torbjorn is awesome these days?
And I shake my head every time. But
Don't
I
miss.
know your love for Torbjorn, and we share the same love for Reinhardt. I'm gonna be looking for these Earth Shatters actually on this map if both teams decide to run Big Daddy Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, I love a Ryan v Ryan duel, and I like how we got that a little bit there on Lijiang Tower Control Center. But I think for the most part, these teams might be sticking with that Wrecking Ball Diva composition, especially in tonight's rather open kind of map pool. But I guess time will tell. I mean, Blizzard World does have some brawly points to it. That Reinhardt shield can definitely help you on your long walk to the first point. And in terms of just these two teams matching up, we know that in the ABC League, the Activation Blizzard Collegiate League, Bay State won a 2-1 game, very close. Northwood's reason again. Landon was on a laptop. Landon's not on a laptop tonight, and Bay State just stole around. Do you think that Northwood, a 2-time champ of the last semester, could actually be the underdog in this crazy game we've got on our hands?
Well, I will say it's the Wolves versus the Bulldogs, right? So it could go either way. They're both dogs, you know. It could go either way. But I gotta say, you know, Northwood looking real sus right now, guys. Pull it together. We know you guys got it. We saw the first point. You've proved yourselves in the past, and Landon's not on a laptop anymore. So no more Johns for this set.
And again, chat, we've switched sides, so Northwood will be the red team if you're observing this one, and Bay State the defending blue team here. And we don't quite have the compositions yet, so time will tell what Northwood will be attacking with as they start. But we will get an earlier look at Bay State's composition in just a few seconds, as they're going to be gathering their members shortly. And it looks like the double shield composition coming out for both teams. The only difference here likely going to be Forgotten on the hit scan Ash, and then we've got Boat on the Hanzo, at least for now. Both of these snipers can do a ton of damage, especially at high ranks with not a lot of players miss a lot of shots, but I've got to give my edge here to Boat on the Hanzo. It just seems like Hanzo can dish out a little bit more damage, especially against double shields with that Storm Arrow nuke. What are your thoughts?
Oh, no, absolutely. Plus, I think Gravitic Flux with Dragons is just much better than Gravitic Flux and Bob, right? So I think that if Burger Bandit and Boat are able to time their ultimates together, that could spell some trouble for Bay State.
Yeah, and Bay State, Forgotten, their Ash player, actually just got subbed in for Depresso, who was their insane flex DPS on Lijiang Tower, their Echo player, who might have actually just won them that first map. So Bay State, they know what just happened, who the playmaker in that last point of Lijiang was, and they are trusting the depth of their lineup, sending in Forgotten to this map here on Blizzard World, giving him a tall order playing Ash first point of defense, especially not quite as warmed up as he'd like to be, having not played Lijiang, but first fight about to be underway here. Dynasty trying to close in on a first kill,
with
but it's
1 HP!
awfully low, and Neb hitting the whip shot, sending him back to spawn, but still, Northwood Esports, you can never count them out. They come in and answer with 3 quick kills, and they're pushing this double shield of Bay State back, and now they've got no barriers left, and this first point should be taken here by Northwood.
Yeah, Northwood, it would be nothing short of a miracle for Bay State to make it back with the composition that they have. Taking out Abs, that's going to be it, and Northwood is going to take that first point for sure. Wow, and what a very fast first point from Northwood. They came in with the aggression. They used the double shields to their advantage. Bay State just wasn't quite able to get around the corner. That's what's so hard about defending on that first point for Blizzard World, right? You have to be off to the side. You have to catch it with your shields, and Forgotten just wasn't quite there. But, you know, as I say that, Forgotten ending the dynasty as it would be, and Burger Bandit throwing out the Gravitic Flux, trying to get something here for Northwood. Once again, sides are switched, so Northwood is in the red. Bay State will be in the blue.
What a great flank there by Forgotten, but now has to go in again, does take down Dynasty with another headshot. Dynasty, Forgotten has got your number right now. What are you gonna do about it? You've got a pulse bomb. Let's see if you put Forgotten's name all over it.
Oh, I imagine. I mean, if I was Dynasty, I'd be looking straight for Forgotten. You're not getting that on me twice there, bud. We're actually seeing Dynasty try to come in, try to throw out the pulse bomb, but it's not gonna find anyone. I actually didn't even hear the sound come out for it.
It looked like he chucked it right there on the stairs. Was not eaten, but I don't think it had much of an impact there. I mean, obviously didn't get the stick. He was throwing it at Forgotten, but again, just came up empty. Forgotten had his wits about him. Kiwami gets knocked into a backline. That's actually very difficult positioning for him to recover from, but it doesn't look like he's the target of focus right now. Faded stepping up with that supercharger, and Bay State knows how to focus with a damage boost. They are lights out right now, defending spawn on Northwood. Who does this?
I actually love that Bay State played that as they did. They tried to bait out some things from Northwood. They got up in their face. Northwood was like, what are you doing, man? Why are you up here? And then the supercharger got popped, and they quickly realized their transgressions.
Yeah, and I love that aggressive investment there from Bay State. They retreat here as they know that they probably can't bait out too much more in this fight, especially with almost no ultimates in their bank here. And, of course, Northwood has quite a ways to push here. But Burger Bandit opens this one up with a flux. The double shields dueling up on this crucial high ground. Dragon Strike coming in. That's going to take care of Faded. They've got to find more, though. One pick is never enough in these fights. Both teams clearly capable of clawing it all the way back any chance they get. Abs able to take down Burger Bandit, but Dynasty finally gets a little bit of revenge there on Forgotten. Cave now going in, taking down Yamitra, but Dynasty making a little bit of a name for himself in this fight, finds his second pick with a stick onto Neb. Now it's just the Tracers trying to outvalue one another, but it looks like Cave might be too long for this world as Dynasty, the victor of this fight, helping Northwood keep this payload and drive.
Yeah, and it looks like Northwood is going to get halted here. Bay State now clearing around the corner. Northwood finding themselves only with 3 around to be able to do anything. Unfortunately, I think their Dragon Strike Gravitic Flux combo was just a little too late. Those dragons came out a little bit longer than what was expected, but we're seeing
What was that flick?
Forgotten is actually insane on this Ashe. And I think it's a toss-up right now as to who's having more value, Forgotten on Ashe or Boat on Hanzo.
We were spectating right there, and we didn't actually get Forgotten's POV, but we had Dynasties. And I could see Forgotten just looking up at that high ground, and then it looked like a one-frame flick right onto Dynasty's head. That was disgusting. But Dynasty, again, just struggling here on this second point of Blizzard World, goes down there in the duel to Cave. Right now, Northwood, they've got a minute and a half left. And they've got to find an answer to this Bay State second point defense fast.
Oh, like now. They have to find it now. With a minute left, they have so much space still to cover. And this is a good place to hold on defense. Boat trying to get some value, not finding anything. We're going to see the Supercharger come out from Seasons. Seeing if they're able to grab anything. Forgotten throwing the Bob in the back line, and that's gonna be it for Bay State. As in, they're taking it, right? Meaning that's it for Northwood.
Up in the kill feed there again, Forgotten nailing another headshot onto Dynasty. Forgotten comes into this game not having played round 1. He's coming in cold, and he has been as lights out of a hit scan player as I've seen from any team all season long. And this is after Depresso was just debatably the winner of Lijiang Tower for this Bay State squad, and Forgotten is like, hey man, don't forget about me. We got a star-studded lineup, and they're looking to make their final stand here on defense. They've got to thwart off Northwood for one more fight, but Northwood coming in with 2 quick kills, make it 3 and 4 for the Timberwolves as they need this second point streets phase. They want it bad, Nuke.
Yeah, big risk, big reward coming out from Bay State. As you said, Forgotten subbing in. Kobe trying to get onto point. Seasons trying to get a pick onto Forgotten in the backline. The Dragons are going to come out. Boat finding the pick on Cave. Kiwami finding it on Dynasty. And now we're in overtime. Very last push here. 0.68 meters left. Gravitic Flux is coming out from Kiwami, taking out 1 and 2 in the form of Seasons. And that's going to be it from the push. What a hold.
What a hold indeed. And I love at the end there, Abs was just dueling Boat. Boat had the high ground up on Hanzo, looking so dangerous, but then a bouncy little Lucio boy comes out of nowhere and just duels Boat for like 20 seconds just to try and keep the damage dealer on Northwood at bay for the rest of that fight. And Nuke, a gigantic hold. I mean, Bay State, very capable of getting the payload past that distance on second point. It's looking like they could go up 2 maps to none here on Blizzard World, and what an advantage that would be.
That would be huge. That would be everything. They just have to make sure that the offense is as well thought out and strategic as the defense. And I love the macro plays we're seeing from both of these teams, trying to bait out ultimates, getting onto point, even the Supercharger play, getting up in their face, throwing it down. The Dragon Strike with the Gravitic Flux combo coming out from Northwood was really, really cool. And we actually are going to see some changes come out on the side of Northwood as well. Dynasty going to be on the Hanzo, and Boat going to be now on the Ashe. And Bay State looks like they're going to stay the same. Never mind. As I say that, Forgotten switching over to the Widowmaker. Cabe going to be on the Symmetra, and Abs now on the Mercy.
Yeah, I would be pretty shocked if Bay State actually ran this composition. It's just not something I would ever expect to see in this Legends Division matchup, but this is certainly throwing a wrench at Northwood Esports. And to your point, Nuke, I like the adaptations that Northwood made with their comp, now having 2 snipers, especially for this first point, like we were saying. Such a long walk. The sight lines are very linear here, so Dynasty and Boat both have a ton of potential to find massive value with these picks.
Yeah, Forgotten and Cave actually switching back. They were trolling just a tad bit. Ooh, we're going to see some dynamite thrown in the backline on either team. Bay State making their approach now, and Northwood trying to hold this corner. See if Forgotten can get an early pick. Burger Bandit will actually find the first pick of the round, taking out Kiwami. Burger Bandit once again looking for something, trying to sneak around the side for Bay State, but that means that the shield will not be on the other side. The Orisa will have to hold down the fort there.
And I love how Bay State just back up a little bit, but they really don't give up in this fight. They don't retreat past the statue. They start to bunker up in this mega health pack building on the right side of Burger Bandit right now. And we can see the aggression starting to ramp up as Faded gets back into the fight. They've now got their 2 barriers back, but Neb goes down, and you hate to lose that Brigitte early in a fight. That is so much AoE healing you get on this composition. And now Northwood turning the tables, flipping the script with 4 picks, and they make Bay State turn to dust on that second push.
Yeah, Bay State got a little snowballed in that push. That's what's so difficult about this first point. They made a good decision in backing up and re-engaging together, but Cabe was in the backline trying to find something with the Tracer. Northwood immediately recognized it and took them out. I think Burger Bandit did a great job of rotating around the side, ensuring that that Tracer couldn't get in, and once they had located it, regrouped with the rest of the team as to not be taken by surprise. This is just beautiful Overwatch coming out from both teams, and Bay State now regrouping, trying to take this point again. Landon actually will not have ultimate online, but that won't matter. Ultimates are coming out all around. We're hearing the Bob come out as I'm saying that. Boat gonna throw it out and die immediately. Forgotten and Cave both finding picks on the Bob and Boat.
Wow. Burger Bandit tried to pop a Gravitic Flux right there, but stunned immediately by Neb. The break from the ground floor, taking down the flying Gravitic Flux. And that might just be enough to get Bay State the fight win here, as they're looking to capture first point with about a 3.5, almost 4-minute time bank to get this payload to its final destination.
Yeah, and they are pushing up immediately. I mean, they are taking their advantage and absolutely running with it. Bay State pushing on the high ground, and Northwood actually trying to get up here to contest, but this is not a good look if they try to push this. Bay State already has the ground. They just have to wait for them to push up and then shove right into him. Pulse Bomb coming out in the backline. Actually, Dynasty taking out Neb. This could flip the script for Northwood. Now that they're on the high ground, they're pushing Bay State back. Bay State now needing to regroup on the payload. We're going to see Boat take out Abs, and Bay State now in a very comparable position as their roster is getting picked apart one by one by one.
Oh, Forgotten. Absolutely nasty encountering Dynasty to this game. Falls down to 15 HP. Hits the final body shot, taking care of the Northwood Tracer player. And now it should just be a battle between the snipers here, as Forgotten is just jousting for this high ground. He would love the perfect positioning to lace in some sniper rounds, but it looks like Northwood is just defending this very well, as it's very tricky for Bay State to pretty much find any ground. This high ground, Nuke, has been pivotal in this game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen both teams fight over it, I think, every match. The amplification matrix comes out
Stuck
the same
in
time
air!
the supercharger does. Wait, that stuck hit in the air?
He stuck Burger Bandit.
Wow.
That was after Burger Bandit's last flux was stunned by a brig. I mean, Burger Bandit.
Oh,
you gotta
no.
put the Air Jordans on and get up a little higher, because you're not leaving the ground enough, my friend.
Wow, and maybe they're just looking for the angles, because I mean, the first moment that you hear that come out, right, you're looking in the air immediately, trying to find him, and Burger Bandit staying towards the ground, they read it immediately, killing him. That was crazy. Landon also taking out Bob. Speaking of immediately, almost immediately Forgotten threw that in the backline. Landon said, no, not today, friend.
They've got 20 meters to push this payload. This is the first time we've seen a team rotate to this side trying to attack the high ground. influx coming out safely from Kiwami this time. Burger Bandit could take some notes on that one. Faded able to clean up Boat off of that slam, and Neb going in. He's got his foot on the throttle. Him and Faded duel up for 3 kills there. Landon the last one to go. Closing it now, Yamitra falls,
that's a
and
sweep.
Neb makes the space almost all himself, acting like a Reinhardt player. And Bay State are going to go up 2-0 here over Northwood Esports.
Yeah, Bay State precariously picked all of the members of Northwood apart there, saw the opportunity and took it in stride. Neb will be the play of the game on the brig. Let's see what they did here. The rally gets popped out. This was this final fight. As we actually saw this on cast. They ran up and then catches Landon in the back, pushes up, says, oh, hey, there you are, and now catches the enemy brig almost immediately. Yamitra falling. Wow. Map 2 going to Bay State.
Yeah, this is a flashy game of Overwatch we're seeing so far. Northwood really did bounce back, though, despite having a lackluster attack. They really got it together there on defense and made Bay State have to work incredibly hard. They showed that this game is still very close. Despite being a 2-0 Bay State score, Northwood is right there. These teams are neck and neck, and the score could flip really at any point, Nick. And in terms of just the flip potential we've got, the reverse sweep that we could see, it would be incredible if this one went to map 5 or 6. It's bound to be a gauntlet. Do you have anything you want to say before we take a short break on our way to map number 3?
I think everything is coming down in terms of value to who is able to shut down whose ultimates faster. And we're just seeing Bay State, as soon as they hear those audio cues, going in on Northwood and halting all of these ultimates before they're even able to come out. We saw it with Burger Bandit twice. We saw it in the first map, and I think we'll see it when we return from this short break.
All right, now that I'm unmuted in VMix chat, welcome back to what has been an unbelievably exciting match so far. I'm joined by Chase Nuclear Nukem in what has been an unreal 2-0 so far, where Bay State leads over Northwood, and we are headed to Watch Point Gibraltar next. Nuke, this is a much more open map than previously played on Blizzard World. Are we looking like we're going to be going back to dive comps here, or do you think Double Shield still has its place?
Oh, I definitely think we're going to be seeing some dive compositions on this map. However, it depends on what point of the map we're on, right? Dive is really good for this hangar area. It's also really good for this secondary area out in the open, but you can find a lot of value in these brawl comps or even the double shield comps. So they could get thrown out as well. As I say that, we are going to see a dive comp come from both teams. Dynasty, for the first time tonight, going to pull out the sword, switch over to the Genji. We're also going to see Abs switch over to the Ana, I believe, as well for the first time this evening. Faded will be on Monkey Time with Winston. This is a very diverse cast that we have on both sides.
Yeah, and I like the setup for Bay State. You've still got Forgotten on this. Ash clearly has the hit scan chops on lock after that last round. Countered Dynasty about as much as you possibly could, with Dynasty playing a very exceptional Tracer all night long. And on the side of Bay State, keep an eye out for Neb just guarding Abs with insane skill, using all of those cooldowns, the stun, the whip shot to keep everyone away from his fellow support Abs on the Ana as much as possible, because you are going to just fall apart on Watchpoint Gibraltar dive versus dive if you lose your supports.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have to keep these supports alive at all costs. Abs, even now sitting here half health, needing to get a little bit more Riku, and they're going to play around this bridge, now pushing in. That's going to be a lot of ult charge, actually, on the side of Forgotten. Boat taking out the first pick on Cave, and we're going to see Faden take out that Immortality field almost immediately. Boat now with the second pick on Neb. That's going to bring one of those supports down, and Boat with the pick on Faded. I'm sorry. Everyone get on, because it's time for a shipment. Boat is taking us out just as it's taking out Bay State.
Cutting through that first point like butter. Boat stepped it up in that opening engagement there on Watchpoint Gibraltar to kick off our map number 3, and that can happen after a break. You go down 2-0, you're one of the best programs in the entire country. You know how to adapt, you know how to make a change. So much of esports, Nuke, is mental, and the best programs are so proficient at just getting back into a game where it looks like they're no longer favored. But Boat makes a statement with that first fight. Now, going into fight number 2, engaging on the catwalk just outside of the spaceship here on the second point of Watchpoint Gibraltar. Boat comes in trying to make a play here, but no room to get any value out of the high noon there for the Cole Cassidy on the side of Northwood. Faded, bouncing into the Mega Health Pack room, takes down Landon and Boat. Dynasty, though, able to close in on the support for Bay State as Abs falls, but it looks like Bay State should still have this one in the bag.
Yeah, Faded just erasing everything that Northwood threw at them. That Primal Rage in such a small room is going to cause a lot of disruption, and Northwood now having to regroup. Bay State really put them at bay. Northwood, though, coming back with 3 ultimates online could turn the tides of this. We're actually going to see a bit of a sneaky play as Dynasty trying to push that payload a little bit. Going to get recalled almost immediately. And Bay State with a great vantage point on top of the ship. We're going to see the self-destruct sent out. Going to find Kiwami, but that's not going to matter because Faded now taking out the entirety of Northwood with that Tesla cannon.
And that's why you run the Ana for this composition for Bay State. You're going to slap probably every single nano boost this game onto Faded and just send that Winston deep into the backline of Northwood Esports with just so much resources to deal with pretty much everyone on that team. There's not much they can do about a nano boosted Winston just pouncing right on them. And look at this positioning from Bay State, holding the high ground of all high grounds on top of this spaceship. This is very difficult positioning for Northwood to dislodge them from, especially running an Orisa composition. It's going to be so difficult, but slowly and surely they are pushing this payload. Dynasty just getting it closer and closer, putting some pressure on Bay State to make a move, but it looks like they're doing a good job so far of just countering him a little bit, making it sure the pressure is on anytime he steps foot onto payload. He does again here, but it looks like he is contested. Boat goes down here to Kiwami as Zarya on the side of Bay State, high charged, has the grab in pocket. Bay State now has to do something as Dynasty continues to poke and prod at this objective, but it looks like Bay State keeping the edge. Graviton Surge gonna lock up everyone here on the side of Northwood. They have popped their supercharger, trying to amplify a little bit more damage here as they finally got to find a crack in this Bay State armor. They've been coming up empty so far, but they're closing in strong now with just 3 meters to go on this payload push. Along the second point of Watchpoint Gibraltar, Dynasty closes in with a pulse bomb. That one lands onto Neb, taking down the brig, dueling down Cave, and Dynasty. He's at 17 HP. He's hungry for more. He's got blood in the water. He can smell it. He wants to go in, and he finds another kill onto Forgotten the Ash that has done so well to counter him to this point. Dynasty, wow. Disgusting. You're on a tear, my friend. Go on.
Yeah, absolutely. Dynasty, I mean, making history here today. And the headshot from Boat is going to take out Faded. That may be it. Dynasty really putting Northwood in a comparable position, in an awesome place, being able to push this payload through the back end. Bay State not even realizing, trying to get there in time. Burger Bandit gonna take out Forgotten. Abs gonna jump off the map, recognizing that Northwood has taken this point. And with 3 minutes left to push, Northwood looking pretty good to end this and take it all the way.
Dynasty sticks another pulse bomb on to Neb. It is 10:12 here on the East Coast, just 12 minutes after the start time of your normal scheduled paid programming, The Dynasty Show, which we are all currently witnessing as this man has torn up Watchpoint Gibraltar, now pressuring Abs again. And it looks like he is just a one-man wrecking crew for this Northwood team. Going in, this man has no stop in him right now. Bay State has to do something. Their defense was looking good up until Dynasty started to tear it apart. Now it looks like Bay State set up pretty well here to defend. Faded popping the primal, trying to juggle away at Boat, but Boat well defended there by his squad. You love to see that peel at the highest level of play to defend your Widowmaker, and Boat is able to stay alive. And Northwood is still strong in this fight.
Yeah, it is time to buy low because Northwood investing all of their ultimates now, and they're going to need to find value. If Boat can get the headshot onto Abs, that might be the value that they're looking for. They will find it in the form of Burger Bandit getting the melee, but dying almost immediately as they're going to get booped off the map. Cabe getting the pick on Boat as well is going to leave Northwood in a position to regroup and re-engage. However, utilizing all of their ultimates in that fight put them, like I said, in a bad position. Bay State, though, investing just as much. So I guess it was an equal trade on both ends, maybe favoring Northwood a little bit as they are now less than 25 feet, or sorry, 69 meters away from this point.
Dynasty sticks another one. Those pulse bombs have been covered in glue tonight, and they've had the names of the Bay State supports written all over them. Just 10 more meters to push here for Northwood as they just inch their way through Watchpoint Gibraltar with this Orisa Diva composition, shield after shield. They've just gained meter after meter, but Forgotten comes in, picks off Landon, and that could actually spell some trouble here for Northwood. They've got to find their way to stay in this fight with minimal supports. Yamitra under a lot of pressure here from the Tracer Cave. And it looks like trades are coming through now. Northwood still has an edge here. They've got 3 left in the fight, but spawns are in the favor of Bay State as they've gotten some members back in this one. It looks like they could swing it, Nuke. It's still anyone's game.
I don't know. I just saw Northwood take out 2 on the side of Bay State. They're almost going to make it in time. They aren't going to touch, and that is going to be to a major detriment of Bay State. Northwood doing a great job of poking and prodding in all of the right peculiar places to keep Bay State, once again, at bay.
And I just want to touch on that Orisa composition again. I mean, this team, Northwood, was getting a little bit battered on that second point. They weren't making progress awfully fast, but Dynasty just... he knows the game. Touch the objective, it goes forward as long as there's no defense there. And Bay State was taking that high ground where they really didn't have much of a contest down low on the payload. They were choosing to find value in other places, and it won them 3 fights. But still, that payload, although it moved slow, it was almost always moving for Northwood.
Oh, yeah, the entire time. Northwood did a great job of keeping someone on that payload. Even Dynasty was sneaking it underneath the ship. And that's the trade-off that you have when you have a dive composition that's on top of the ship. It's kind of hard to see what's going on underneath. Northwood taking that to their advantage and just beaming through that second point. That was so fast. Bay State now going to have to match that same energy, and it looks like we're seeing some double bubble trouble coming out. Kiwami will now be on the Zarya. They're going to make some trades and see if this is going to get them the extra oomph they need to make it in time.
And that is one thing that I've loved so much about this matchup tonight, Chase, is that these teams at the highest level have such different styles. Northwood choosing to play the Orisa the entire duration of Gibraltar here, and Bay State viewing this as a complete dive tank kind of map. They've ran the double bubble. They love Kiwami and what he's able to do with these projecteds onto Cabe, onto Faded to buy them some space, have a little bit of peel for the backline, and the Northwood are just staying in the pocket behind that Orisa shield, using natural cover and trying to use the map to play safe.
And as things kick off now, Northwood doing a great job of just trying to keep this defense impenetrable. Cabe, though, finding the pick on Dynasty could be what Bay State needs to push in. Boat just letting the bullets fly in the small hallway, and that's going to be hard to push through with Yamitra on the Brigette right there, throwing out that flail, not allowing anyone to come through. Kiwami immediately, however, taking out that Immortality Field, and Yamitra will fall. Faded getting the first pick. Now it's just left and right. Neb taking him out. Kiwami back with some more, and Bay State It's looking like they're going to take this first push pretty quickly.
Yeah, they've still got to round this final corner of first, and Northwood, they never like to quit in a fight. They never like to give up a point for free, but it looks like this one with just meters to go. No, it is contested. I love it. Northwood, they are not going to give you any daylight today. They are going to make you fight for every single inch of this Watch Point Gibraltar map. Yamitra comes out and whip shots down the Tracer Cave. Kiwami has the Graviton Surge online, trying to find a target, but goes down to Seasons before getting that ultimate off. And that could be crucial for Bay State. They've thrown in some more investments as Bob goes into the mix. And it looks like the supports are dealt with on the side of Northwood, but Northwood are still standing very strong here with the tank line looking relatively impenetrable. Faded doesn't quite have the damage to do the job, but he is able to take down Boat. Seasons falls as well as Cave is back in the action, but for now it looks like Northwood are defending well.
Yeah, the movement coming out from Faded is nothing short of spectacular, diving in and out of the shield, trying to box Seasons and changing levels, which is vital to not allowing free headshots. That was a great play from Faded, although fell. Northwood did a great job of holding and getting there in the right time. That's what the series is boiling down to. Who's able to make it in the nick of time to these final fights, these final points. Pulse Bomb's going to come out, find Burger Bandit, but not going to quite kill. We are going to see the Graviton Surge come out as well from Kiwami, trying to hold Northwood up top. Tracer falling from above. Dynasty taking out Abs. Landon now with this field up in the upper right-hand corner, doing a great job of allowing the damage to fly from Northwood, and Bay State will not be allowed to group up on this payload right now. They will have to regroup. Boat finding a headshot for good favor onto Forgotten. Not something Forgotten's going to forget anytime soon.
Nuke, what do you think Northwood has done this map to just turn the tides here?
I think that this entire map thus far, Northwood has done a great job of switching levels, staying on the high ground, and keeping Bay State out. They've taken 1 to 2 members out at the beginning of every fight, and it's left them at a disadvantage. And I think that if Northwood continues to do so, Bay State could just get stuck here.
They certainly could. This is the best Northwood has played all night. Bay State has some resources to use this fight. Abs has that nano boost, and Faded is locked and loaded, but bounced away from the backline, not able to close this space. The supercharger comes out from Seasons, and the focus fire is all over Faded, but he's still got some HP to play with, sitting at about 100, but Boat is Robert able to take down the Winston on the side of Bay State. But rallying here is Neb, as Bay State still looks to inch this payload forward. They've still got 10 meters to go as more ultimates are traded out. Kiwami closes in now onto Seasons. And it looks like Northwood, though, coming away with the kills. Forgotten, his Bob, and Kiwami all taken down as overtime starts to bleed away. And the contest might be short-lived here from Bay State, as they've only got a Winston, Tracer, and Brig to play with. And the Winston and Brig are both down. Now it's just Cave. Sticks, but Immortality Field there from Landon. His reactions are fast. Abs and Forgotten fall. Overtime still ticking, but that will be the dagger as Northwood sticks in to Bay State, and they come away with their first map win.
Yeah, Northwood did a great job of keeping Bay State there, and I think the synergy of ultimates on Northwood was just stronger on this set rather than on the side of Bay State. Sure, you saw Faded make some plays with the Winston, and it was valuable, but it wasn't the value that Bay State needed. The combinations coming out from Northwood was just nothing short of perfect. I mean, they held Bay State there the entire time, and it felt almost like the final 2 minutes of that map, Bay State was very frantic, trying to find and grasp for that pick rather than allowing it to happen. They were trying to force something out that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, and Nuke, there was one exchange there where they had a Pulse Bomb and a Graviton Surge to use. The Pulse Bomb did not stick, and the Graviton Surge was thrown up onto the high ground where no follow-up could get done on it. I think that was probably Bay State's best chance, and then after that, like you were alluding to, it was almost acts of desperation to get that first point of Watch Point Gibraltar. But Nuke, as a college coach, a director as well, what does it do when you're down 2-0 in a series, you come away pushing the payload the entire distance of the map, and you get the full hold? What does that do to your mental to turn it around?
It turns it around. I mean, context clues, it's exactly what you just said, Alt Charge. It turns it completely around. Northwood probably feeling a little more revitalized now and breathing some air into the life of this game. Bay State now recognizing as well that I don't think I saw very many changes at all in that map. Not a whole lot of transitions, and they're gonna have to pull some more tools out of the toolkit to make something happen here. And I think they're gonna have to realize that as we head into the next map. Tell me, where are we heading next, Berkeley?
We're finally going to Hollywood. Let's take this one over to California and put on a absolute show because I am excited to see what these teams can get into as it will probably be a similar story. Northwood running in Orisa Comp, if I had to guess, on first and then second point since things change up so much. We might go dive v dive, but I'm really not sure. These teams have surprised me tonight with the compositions they've both picked. And Nuke, I gotta say, going back to that point about just kind of turning it around, flipping the script, getting your mental back into the game. We are at the same score line as these teams were when Bay State beat Northwood in the Activision Blizzard Collegiate League. That one is just a best of three. So the 2-1 was a win for Bay State. They would have won this one tonight after the first two maps if this were that league, but we played best of five. So we get the full story here tonight. And Northwood, they've got a chance to bring it all the way back right now, as that was the best Overwatch they played tonight. And if they keep doing that, we could have a legendary game on our hands.
This is why best of five is just a much better format, in my opinion. It allows for this back and forth, this storyline to kind of craft itself. Obviously, we're here to drive a narrative, but the narrative ultimately drives itself when you have a compelling format such as best of five. Moving into Hollywood, I'm pretty eager to see what these teams will both rock. If I'm honest, we could see some similar compositions to what we saw at a Blizzard World. We could see double shields come out from both teams. And what we're definitely going to see is both of these teams on the same sides as they were on the last map.
Yeah, so it seems like that will mean Northwood will be attacking first. I like that look for them, especially after getting that previous full hold. You want to get right back to attack and see if you can put the pressure on Bay State to outperform you. Right now, Northwood, even though they're down 2-1, I would say they're in the driver's seat of this game, which the scoreline being what it is so rare to have the team that's losing by a map to be definitely in the cockpit, controlling the tempo of this game going into map number 4 in a best of 5. I've said it all night long. This one was bound to be a banger, and it has not disappointed. Nuke, is this exceeding expectations, even though we both were in Discord today? Just like, tonight's going to be awesome, right? Tonight's going to be awesome.
We were in Discord today talking about it a little bit and kind of giving our predictions. I think that this is honestly to be expected. I would be surprised if we did not go to a game 5 in a set like this. I think both teams are bringing the heat. That's not to say Bay State couldn't just shut this down here and now, because they very much could. But Northwood, now coming hot off the fire, is ready to win. I really feel like that with them attacking, if they could bring the pressure that they did in Watch Point Gibraltar, that this could flip the series entirely. And
It
just like
certainly
I said,
could.
I was
Sorry,
going to
go
say,
on.
just like I said earlier, we are going to see the double shields come out from both sides. Boat will be back on the Hanzo, Dynasty back on the Echo, Cable stay on the Tracer, and Forgotten will stay on the Ash as well, seeming like both teams are going back to their comfort picks that we saw previously on the Payload-esque maps.
And if we remember Blizzard World, where these two teams broke out the double barrier each, Bay State came away with that map win 2-1, but Northwood were able to put up a very good defense on second point. These teams were neck and neck. And that last map, Gibraltar, was the only time where we've had a scoreline with a little bit of a gap in it. Li Jiang was 2-1, the side of Bay State. Like I just said, Blizzard World 2-1 for Bay State. But that Gibraltar map, that is the first time we've had a big difference in the scoreline in a map, and we'll see if Northwood can keep up that play.
Yeah, Northwood going to try Forgotten, getting a couple of headshots on Burger Bandit, but Northwood now, just as the two Trailer Park girls, they are going round the outside. Bay State trying to get the high ground, getting some picks. Boat looking for some sauce, opening the fridge, see if they're going to find any. It looks like Northwood just trying to pick, poke, and prod on this point, getting whatever they can. Bay State doing the OP thing, backing up while they can into this hotel and awaiting Northwood's push. Cabe will open up this fight, taking out Dynasty almost immediately, and we are going to see the backfield come out almost immediately as well. That's going to be a huge amplification matrix.
Landon has done this a few times tonight, winning the race to that Amp Matrix, which has made an edge for Northwood, but that is not the case here as Forgotten charges a bomb insanely fast, already to 33% to the next one. That was a spectacle we just saw from Forgotten. And Caster's Curse, Boat with the Storm Arrow, puts a couple in his brain.
I mean, if you're able to get that dynamite sounded off with the coach gun, or even with, you know, the Viper, the weapon, then I think that just has so much ult charge behind it, right? That's exactly what we saw Forgotten do, charging up that ult immediately, getting Bob. Gravitic Flux coming online. That's going to be a very, very low Kiwami actually falling to Landon before getting the fall out. Dragon Strike coming out on corner of point, going to take out Faded Cabe out on Yamitra now, and it looks like Northwood may cap this point. Cabe wrapping around, trying to allow a final touch for Bay State to get in here.
Cabe is pretty much the last chance here for Bay State, as he's got to contest as long as possible, able to chip down Dynasty despite being up in the skies. And now Cabe has some support behind him, but the rally coming in from Yamitra will be supporting Northwood fairly well, but I don't know if it's going to be quite enough, as Cabe seems to be on a bit of a tear right now. He's gone on quite the run here on Tracer, finding 2 picks so far. Make it 3 as the rest of Bay State follow up, and they hold Northwood to 88%. What a rally.
It is a very reminiscent of, my gosh, I don't know what's up with these late fight headshots we're seeing from Boat. Yeah, no, but Boat is literally getting these late fight headshots. It's like the fight's over, everything's done, Boat gets a headshot, like almost every time. We're going to see the Supercharger actually come out from Faded to try to kick off this next fight. Bay State pushing up a little bit, getting in Northwood's territory. Dynasty finding the pick on Abs and also on Faded. Dynasty cracking open this fight wide open for Northwood, and this may be what they need to cap. Kiwami popping the Gravitic Flux almost immediately, trying to turn the tides, and Bob will do that in turn as well. Man, that is the second time we're seeing Gravitic Flux Bob work out really well for Kiwami and Forgotten.
Yeah, you can throw it through the slam to get a lot of damage on anything that Bob comes in contact with, or everyone is just up top in a shooting gallery if you send Bob in just a little bit before. But what interested me that last fight is Forgotten goes down early to the headshot from Boat, and then Bay State, down a member, go through the initial choke, and they make the most aggressive play possible. They don't lose members for overextending or anything. They play the natural cover around that SUV. But right now it looks like Northwood might be stepping into them, as this time they've surely overextended, and with only 1 tick to take, Northwood should get this.
Yeah, Northwood definitely going to get this with 5 seconds left, but now they have 2 minutes and 30 seconds for quite a long trek along those streets of Hollywood. Cabe was trying to get them to follow them, but Northwood was not falling for that one. I love the back and forth dynamics and pace that we're seeing from both of these teams. It seems like when Northwood's expecting Bay State to back up, Bay State's in their face, and they're remaining unpredicted in their movement.
They definitely are. Their movement is impeccable this game, and the rotations that we've seen come around, the parts of the map we've seen utilized from the attacking teams, has just been textbook. I mean, it's been an advanced textbook. It's been the honors course if you've been here watching. Cabe, a great stick, but Landon, again, reacts, throwing down that immortality field to save his own life, but not able to save the life of Burger Bandit, the Diva player from Northwood, falling there. Dynasty finally getting the better of Forgotten, winning that duel outright, and we've got ourselves a 5v5.
Yeah, Northwood now pushing in. The Supercharger will come out from Seasons. Gravitic Flux coming out from Kiwami, trying to halt everything that Seasons throwing out. Dynasty and Yamitra, though, with Landon taking out the remainder of Bay State and continuing this aggressive push. They didn't even need to use all of their ultimates, as Boat still has Bob, which might be the final sail that they need to get them to the final part of this point, is they're going to wrap around, keep one person on payload, and have the rest of the team take the high ground.
And we've seen both teams do this all night long. Just have one person on the payload. Just keep it in first gear and get everyone else to the most valuable spots of the map. You want your ideal angle for your snipers. You want to defend them with your tank shields. And you want to make sure you've got at least one support up there to give everyone some HP to play with. But you've got 40 seconds to play here. The angles start to open up a little more for Northwood, as It looks like Boat concedes that high ground to find the kill onto Kiwami. Forgotten trade that onto Dynasty and gets Boat as well. The damage dealers on the side of Northwood have been dealt with. The Bob gets thrown in by Forgotten, and you are not going to forget this as Forgotten comes away with 4 kills in that fight.
Nowadays, everybody want to talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move their lips, just a bunch of gibberish. And people act like they have forgotten about Forgotten. And Forgotten is actually carrying Bay State right now, keeping Northwood back. That Bob play was absolutely massive, and doing everything that Bay State needed is all in Forgotten. What a play, and it's actually going to push it into overtime. The rally's going to come out from Yamitra, trying to scramble, getting the rest of Northwood online. Forgotten getting Boat exceptionally low. Cabe is going to finish that one off. Dynasty will get the pick onto Forgotten first, and this is so back and forth, but Bay State looking like they have the advantage for sure, getting all of Northwood off and stopping their progress.
Nuke, these two teams played very similar compositions when we were on Blizzard World, and Bay State defended first. They stopped the payload about the same exact spot, almost to second point, just on the final corner, and now Northwood will have to better their Blizzard World round and make sure they end up with a big defensive hold here so Bay State doesn't come away with a win.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think Northwood needs to do to stop Bay State at this point?
I don't know how to answer a 4.3K Ash who is playing lights out, but somehow Dynasty has to step up against Forgotten. It's not easy when all Forgotten has to do if you're playing Tracer is hit you in the head, and he is executing, which is insane at this level.
Oh no, speaking of executing, Forgotten popping out the Widowmaker, and like you said, not missing very many of these headshots.
Yeah, Forgotten might be playing for picks here. If he stays on the Widowmaker coming out of the spawn door, look for that headshot right away. He knows someone might be vulnerable on that high ground. Shields might go down and they might be vulnerable. I don't know. This man can just hit a pin needle with his mouse. It seems like he has been lights out. I'd be scared. Northwood on defense, I like their composition. They've got Boat on the Tracer. That'll give them some contest if members go down. But Dynasty on the Hanzo is going to have to find so much value every single time he shoots an arrow.
Yeah, Forgotten looking like they're switching right back to Ash. And Faded for a minute there thought was going to play the Zarya, but switched back to the Orisa. They are going to be running the double shield as they're pushing in. We're seeing a much more simplistic hold coming out from Northwood. Bay State prior was on the high ground and then rotated back to Hotel. Northwood just opting to take point and holding their ground. Dynasty finding the first pick on Abs. That is going to be Bay State backing up and recognizing they cannot push now. But most of their team was in position, so now they're in a very, very comparable position. Dynasty trying to get a couple of extra picks and keep this stagger up. It's already been about a minute, and Bay State having a hard time finding their footing on their first push.
Dynasty has been nasty on that first push, but it's going to be very hard to do that for 3 more minutes to shut down an attack almost all on your own with a headshot after headshot. But Bay State coming in, they've got to find a way to just get up on the high ground where Cabe is right now. That's the angle they need for their sniper Forgotten to just do his most dangerous work. Pressured now, another headshot from Dynasty. That's what this team needs. The Flux, the Dragon, disgusting for Northwood as they continue to hold.
Yeah, that Dragon Flux, like I was saying earlier, I think Burger Bandit and Dynasty was trying to get that play off on Blizzard World, but it never quite came to fruition, and now we're seeing it here on Hollywood, and it's working exceptionally well for them. Heck, Bay State might not even be able to take this first point and get this payload off the ground.
And Nuke, again, I gotta bring up, this is best of 5. Activation or Activision Blizzard Collegiate is best of 3. That was a 2-1 win for Bay State, but this is a gauntlet we've got here.
Oh no.
Bay State, they're able to pulse bomb down the Supercharger and the Immortality Field. Kiwami's got some space for this Gravitic Flux, slams them down, and Bay State are looking to come away with this first point. But they've got to play the long game here and make sure they deal with every single member of Northwood, because you cannot leave a contest standing.
Kiwami, ooh, with the Gravitic Flux. That was absolutely massive for Bay State, finding both the Supercharger and the Immortality Field along with 2 kills. I couldn't find more value at a Dollar General. That was absolutely beautiful from Kiwami and carrying the weight Bay State needed to get that first point and start this push. They now have 4 minutes left to round this corner and make it to where Northwood did, and they do have this sort of pace on their side.
Yeah, my man Kiwami right there, he saw the Supercharger and the Immortality Field go down, and my man was looking for yellow stickers, trying to find those clearance deals with that Gravitic Flux, and he came away just stacked in coats, in designer. The first point
Gucci.
had it all going for him. Gucci, exactly, the Gucci slides. My man was absolutely dripping coming away from that first point, but now this one heavily contested as the streets phase have just been so detrimental. Both teams just trying to fight on the low ground. We almost always see it up on the high grounds of these buildings, but a very rare low ground fight, as it is just building wars here on Hollywood. These teams fighting in this Western studio.
Oh, and we are going to see the amplification matrix come out from Landa, and Dragons coming out from Dynasty, trying to pair one with the other. Bay State recognizing real and backing up. Hold on. Let's just take a second. Hold up. Forgotten is on Hanzo. Forgotten switched over to Hanzo and is now 1v1ing Dynasty in that Hanzo duel. Cabe trying to get the... oh, no, wait, they didn't touch!
What?
Bay State wins!
That's
They
how
weren't on
they win?
payload! No! Cap!
No!
Oh, wow! I didn't even realize they weren't on payload! The time was ticking to the end, and they weren't there. Northwood falling 3-1 as Bay State kept it on. Wow. Wow.
Nuke, I am stunned. I don't want to call that a C9 because ultimates were flying like crazy and the pressure was on Northwood and there was really nowhere to stand. But I'm going to be honest. I thought we were going 5 maps. Northwood was just starting to play some of their best Overwatch. They're on Watchpoint Gibraltar, and again on Hollywood, their defense. Dynasty on Hanzo doing his job to perfection, but at the end, you got to be on the dance floor if you want to stay in the marathon, and they stepped off. They took a breather, and that's all she wrote.
Absolutely. And I mean, what a great set nonetheless. Bay State taking this one 3-1 and solidifying their dominance over Northwood now a second time this year. If I'm Northwood, I'm getting invigorated from this set. And I know that they're probably kicking themselves a little bit, but it comes down to the minute details, and that's what it came down to tonight.
Yeah, Nuke, it's that time. It's very difficult to choose from, but if you had a player of the match tonight, who would you give it to? There's so many names that come to mind tonight.
Man, this is tough because this was a good series. It was so back and forth. I'm going to have to go. Unfortunately, this series, it went to Bay State. I have to go with who I felt gave the most value throughout the entire set, and that's got to be Forgotten. I mean, we were skeptical at first, taking Depresso out of that first round and subbing in Forgotten, but definitely proved the reward for the risk in subbing them in and maintained a powerhouse throughout the rest of the set.
Yeah, that's my pick too. I mean, just the flex DPS depth that Bay State has to sub out Depresso, who, again, if you weren't watching, he won them Li Zhang with an Echo copy onto a Diva that got him a 3K in overtime. And then Bay State goes, you know what? I'm trusting Forgotten off the bench to just have some fire in the mouse. And on Ash all night long, this guy was just almost unstoppable. Dynasty, a Grandmaster Tracer going toe-to-toe with him, and Forgotten time and time again. One-click headshot to answer the Northwood DPS. Yeah, my player of the game as well. Did you have any honorable mentions that you wanted to shout out?
Oh, yeah. I mean, throughout the entire set, I felt like a majority of Bay State had a lot of value. Kiwami on that final point was just crazy. Faded on the Winston was absolutely nutty on Watchpoint Gibraltar. Abs provided value the entire set, keeping the team alive. Now, if I were to give it a player of the match on the side of Northwood, if we're looking at the Northwood roster, Probably got to give it to Landon, if I'm honest. Again, Landon did a great job of staying alive a lot of these fights throughout the amplification matrix, first in almost all of these fights, and was adding a lot of value to Northwood. Either them or Boat would probably be my toss up. How about you?
Yeah, on the side of Northwood, I would probably have to say Landon. It's almost his team at this point. They've lost a couple members in the offseason between fall and spring semester. So the two-time champ from the fall is in a little bit of a rebuild phase. So we could see their level of competition get upped and upped as we enter the latter half of the season. It looks like they're learning how to fix their mistakes. And until tonight, they were undefeated, even in a rebuild phase. So this team is one you want to watch out for. Nuke, our next game up, again, going to be very good. Who do we
Mm-hmm.
got?
We're going over to the Champion Cyan division, and we're going to watch the Ottawa Braves out of Kansas take on CSUDH, California State University Dominguez Hills. It will be a set for the record. Ottawa Braves currently sitting 4-0, and CSUDH has a record of 3-2. Stay tuned, grab some popcorn, use the bathroom, and we'll be right back with the next set. Howdy, folks. I'm Chase Nuclear Nukem, joined tonight by Berkeley Alt-Charge Stevens. There's been some deliberation behind the cast, but we are now here for the Ottawa Braves versus CSUDH Toros set. Now, there was some stuff going on behind the scenes, so Ottawa Braves will start the series up 1-0, and we will immediately be moving into the first map, which will be Blizzard World now. We will be skipping Lijiang Tower on control, going straight into Blizzard World. And man, we have a series ahead of you. Ottawa Braves now 4-0 so far this season, CSUDH 3-2. And I think really the main contentious point that we've been talking about, Alt Charge, is MSOE Black, right? Ottawa Braves took them out 3-0 in the first week. And just last week, CSUDH lost 0-3 to them.
Yeah, Nuke, there's a little bit of a difference in what that MSOE Black team is compared to week one and just recently last week. So it's not the best indicator we've got, but it is the best indicator we've got. And also that Lijiang map goes the way of Ottawa because of CSUDH just showing up a little late to this match here as it is 11:28 and we're just getting started. So that's why they were docked that Lijiang map. Ottawa, that's a good sign for them. This team was on time. They showed up to play. They were just given a one map advantage. They could make this one pretty quick tonight if CSUDH doesn't have their wits about them because they're scrambling with their roster right now, and that's a dangerous look going up against an undefeated team.
Absolutely. I believe they thought that they had a player on the roster. However, there was some issues. The player was actually not on the roster. And as we're actually seeing in chat as well, there's a big storm going on the side of CSUDH, saying that it's spooky. Oh, sorry, no, that's actually Ottawa saying that there's a storm going on. And maybe they're bringing the thunder. Maybe that's it.
Maybe. I am looking to see it because I know Lump on this Echo is pretty thunderous, coming in with all sorts of cooldowns. A rather hard projectile hero to actually hit your mark with, aside from that one beam ability that's almost a free kill at half HP. But Lump is just kind of known for hitting that primary and sticking those stickies. He's got a lot of glue on those cooldowns, so I'm looking for him to be the main impact for this Ottawa team. On the side of CSUDH, they're running numbers on this May. I like that. I think that's going to get them a lot of bonus time where they can cycle cooldowns with this double barrier composition, and that should be key for them tonight. But going in here, Ottawa Braves quick to the first corner, but it looks like Sunsinger having a tough time getting that angle on Soldier 76, and CSUDH pushed back around a corner as well, giving up some ground here, but they've still got a rotation to this boat high ground that they can use anytime.
Yeah, Numbers trying to throw out a wall, allowing their team some move to get back in. Danny actually finding a pick as well, leaving Ottawa a bit on the back foot. CSUDH doing a great job of holding, and I think exactly what you said, Berkeley, it's going to come straight down to the DPS because on either side, we've got quite a variety of DPS coming out. And Danny doing a great job, I think, by CSUDH, securing that first point for them, taking out the back line when necessary, and Ottawa now having to regroup and attack as a full unit. We are going to see both amplification matrices are up on Night Fury and Simplistic, so whoever's able to find more value on the side of the DPS pushing into this fight will take it.
I love that little halt pull combo we saw there from Tyrell Lump, but it's going to be the halt pull combo from Danny and Maelstrom that pays its dividends as the Pulse Bomb finds two on the back of that Orisa halt, and that is great combination there from the Tracer and Orisa player on the side of CSUDH. The Toros are looking good here. I mean, I know I was saying Ottawa came to play, but CSUDH, they've got a little bit of a shaken up lineup. It's working very well for them so far.
Yeah, maybe they're the ones bringing the storm. If I'm honest, I think these pool combos are where you find a lot of value out of these Orisa comps, especially being able to time those perfectly. I mean, we saw Lump do that pretty easily with Tyrell, but the clap back from Maelstrom, speaking of the clap back, we are going to see the supercharger popped with the amplification matrix. That's a deadly combo for CSUDH. Ottawa doing a great job of just holding back, recognizing it's not quite time to push, but here the time comes now. Finding 2, we are going to see the tactical visor popped, as will be the gravitic flux on the side of CSUDH, trying to find a pick. They will find it in the form of Lump, Cheshire Cat, taking them out. Danny getting the pulse bomb over on Sungsinger, but it's going to be responded by Not Sir, taking out 3 members of CSUDH.
A great push there from the Braves as they're able to finally trump the Toros on the first point of Blizzard World. That's going to shake up the Toros composition a little bit as Danny swaps off the Tracer and puts on the Cole Cassidy. Getting those cowboy boots on for the second point, as the high ground is so important. You would love to rain in some lead from over the heads of the Braves, but Nuke, in our last game that we casted, Northwood against Bay State, this high ground was so heavily contested throughout the entire match on both sides, both rounds, that it was really neither team really ever getting the second point. I know that Bay State did actually get the payload farther, but we never actually saw the second point completely captured, and that is in large part of just how this defensive high ground can really just be way overpowered if you're playing those shields and angles properly.
It's exactly like you said. It's what we saw in the match prior between Northwood and Bay State. The fight over this high ground was consistent. And Ottawa keeping that consistency up as they are just raining fire on CSUDH on this push and looking very, very strong, finding a couple of picks, which is going to stagger the Toros.
The Toros just trying to make a stand here as they get back in. Not Sir pops that Cryptic Flux, but the high noon from Danny. That's why you put on the Cole Cassidy right there to perfectly counter that tank ultimate. And now it looks like the Braves, even though they were mounting a good attack from a very strong position, will be thwarted away by the Toros.
Yeah, the Toros doing a great job of now getting back in here and not utilizing all the resources necessary. That's going to be detrimental for Ottawa, who now has all of their ultimates down. If CSUDH can capitalize here and get a pick, they might be able to push the Braves back and cower in fear.
Braves working with 1:45 here to get this second point, and they've got no alt economy to work with right now. They're looking at an economy fight in front of them as the Toros are working on 5 ultimates on the board. CSUDH, they have really brought this first round together here as they're opening up so strong. If they just use these ultimates wisely and don't overinvest in this fight, they should have the resources to just end this game very early in this second round, or in the second part of the map.
Yeah, but CSUDH investing 2 ultimates is going to be a very good investment, taking out all of the members of Ottawa. Ottawa now building up all of their ult charge, but just like your namesake, they're all going to come up online around the same time. So I almost predict that they're going to get really close to getting this payload on. They're going to get all of their ultimates online, and then they're just going to blow them on CSUDH, who will only have 2 or 3 online at the time.
Yeah, and that is kind of the key to Overwatch, is make sure you have the ultimates as overtime is about to transpire, because you don't want to be in the final fight situation with nothing to burn. And right now, the Toros are just looking to defend this fight with 30 seconds to go, but they can't find any picks. The Ottawa Braves are going to throw the kitchen sink at them to take away this high ground, and it's going to start with that Ant Matrix by Simplistic, but I love it. Just constant investments we're seeing by the Toros, just to amp up damage time after time here. Danny almost able to get that pick onto Lump, but doesn't quite find the mark. And now we have Cat popping the Transcendence, keeping everyone on the Toros alive as time ticks down. It looks like the Braves just don't have this second point in the bag.
Ooh, and a very late Dragon Strike coming out, trying to find anything, but the Toros will hold the Braves halfway under the bridge after the first point, and almost to a bit of surprise, the Braves were really pushing their advantage there for quite a minute. Toros just did a great job of locking them down and catching them off pace, but this is a CSUDH that we've seen before. We've seen Danny, Maelstrom, I think those 2 specifically dominate the NECC, and I would expect nothing less.
Yeah, I mean, especially Danny on DPS has been around for a couple semesters here, and he knows the level of competition that's at play in this Champions division. He knows that he is one of the more elite DPS in this division, and he's totally fine flexing onto a number of heroes that have a very high skill floor, like Tracer, like the Cole Cassidy. where you have to execute. You've got to hit those shots or play with a very low HP pool like on Tracer. And he's not afraid to just dive into the back line, duel out DPS on the other team. He doesn't care if the other team is like the Ottawa Braves here that's coming into this game undefeated. He will take on all challengers.
I mean, that's Danny for you, and Danny switching over to the Cole Cassidy as well. This hit scan is just insane. We'll see how Lump can handle it. Same as Sunsinger. Ottawa Braves have quite a hold ahead of them. They're gonna have to pitch the tent and get some cement bricks down because CSUDH, these Toros are gonna come out bulking and banging.
And the Toros looking like they're going to be going bottom left here, just using the natural cover of the long walk on the way to the first objective of Blizzard World to just make sure they don't have to use their tank cooldowns on their way in. But I love this Braves defense just playing the strong angle where they can deal so much damage into that first doorway. But it looks like we'll hop down from the high ground with a quick rotation over to point and play rather standard here following that first engagement. Not Sir struggling with his HP here. Simplistic having to throw that immortality field out just to keep his off tank alive there. And the Braves get the first pick of the fight with that kill onto Cat, but Simplistic goes down, quickly trading 1v1, but it looks like this fight is evened up. 5 members apiece. The Toros playing some tempo, trying to collect themselves as the Braves go for a mid flank, but it comes up empty in terms of eliminations. And now Sunsinger got the Bob online, able to get that kill onto Danny. That's the previous carry down, but the Toros not phased by it. They come back in with 2 quick kills, and they would love to come away with the objective.
Yeah, I mean, and we already know that the res is down. We are going to see Toki fall. Ottawa Braves now stuck on the back foot, but still holding this point. Maelstrom taking out Tyrell, and it looks like the cap is almost imminent. That was a great push from CSUDH, utilizing what they had at their disposal. Actually, the Bob is going to come out from Sunsinger in the final moments. Wikitrix now stuck, and man, that is a very low Cheshire Cat. I almost feel like they're not targeting the right target at the time, and payload will fall as Bob falls sorry. The point will fall as Bob dies, and it will be on the Toros' end to continue this push up. The Braves now stuck once again on their back foot and in a comparable position as CSUDH has 3 ultimates at their disposal.
3 ultimates and 4.5 minutes to push this payload 100 meters down the second point. The high ground, again, going to be the thing that both teams do battle over. This payload is on the back burner of everyone's mind as you've got to win the fight here first, and the Toros come away with it. Now they're in great position here to get the final 50 meters.
And I think that's exactly what they're going to do. The Toros clapping back, getting 1 on the map. I mean, Ottawa's going to have to come back with a massive hold here. And maybe the storm is affecting them more than what they thought. I thought that they had the advantage going into the set, but man, oh man, CSUDH is bringing the fire.
And the Braves have nothing to use here in terms of ultimates, and there will not even be a touch. CSUDH even this series up. The forfeit on map 1 doesn't phase them. And now after Blizzard World, we've got a score of 1-1.
Yeah, and I think a very deserved map 1 for the Toros. They played this exceptionally well. I mean, look at that graphitic flux, keeping them all underneath that building, but getting all of that damage out. Not Sir is you know, it's keeping the namesake. Don't call me Sir, because I'm here to get in your face, and I'm here to do what I can to stop you. This is a very powerful Toro that we're seeing in front of us.
And Nuke, going on to our next map, Watchpoint Gibraltar, we saw a couple of crazy compositions, a couple of different takes in our Legends Division game we just saw. It was a Winston double bubble composition going up against the Northwood Orisa Diva bunker composition, but I think both of these teams are very comfortable playing double shield, and that's one of the more versatile comps in Overwatch where you can almost get away with that on every map. Do we see a different look here, or do you think tonight we're just going to see a whole lot of double shield?
I could see a lot of dive coming out in this map, especially with how the Braves are trying to play. It sounds like they're, or not sounds, it looks like they're trying to be exceptionally aggressive, but they just keep getting shut down. So what I could see come out is a dive composition from the Braves and maybe a double bubble composition, or maybe not even double bubble, probably double shield composition coming out from CSUDH as we head into this map 3. Like you said, it will be Watch Point Gibraltar, and anything's on the table at this point. I mean, it's 1-1 in the series. Ottawa came out that first push very, very strong on Blizzard World, but it did not carry them. We also will be letting you know that we are switching sides for these teams, so they will be on the opposite ends now.
Yeah, that's going to mean that the Braves will attack first here. They'll be tasked with putting the pressure on CSUDH despite a pretty lackluster Blizzard World for this undefeated team. They haven't dropped many maps this entire season, so to start a game that way, I know it is map number 2, but we didn't play number 1, so really to start a game that way, dropping a map to the Toros, especially where the map didn't even have to be fully completed, might actually put the Braves in a tough spot. That was the first map they've dropped all season long. So
Wow.
anytime you're in that situation where you're playing a game that you're no longer used to and you're playing from behind for the first time all year, again, I know it's even, but you're playing where you have not won a map and the other team has won a map for the first time this season, it could be pretty difficult. You might be second guessing yourself. We'll see how they respond after a short break. We'll be right back with Watch Point Gibraltar.
And we're back with more NECC Overwatch action. We told you it'd be a short break. We don't got enough time for this, right? It's 11:44. We're ready to get these matches underway. Ottawa's got a storm coming, and this series has got to continue. We are heading towards Watch Point Gibraltar, the next map in the set. And anything is possible from either of these rosters. Seeing a lot of flexibility on all sides. And truthfully, I think that the Toros could come back to take this series.
Yeah, the Toros are looking pretty fierce. That forfeit in map number 1 definitely didn't phase them one bit, and I feel like it would for a lot of teams. It's kind of hard to come into a game where your starter doesn't show up. You have to put in a substitute. You don't know how things are going to go because it's not usually what you're scrimming with. It's not usually what you're trying to prepare for your match with, but they've come in and they have clicked, and that is all they could hope for, especially coming away with that Blizzard World win. Being on attack first here, it looks like both teams are going to be running at least some variation of dive. The Toros might not stick on these exact heroes out of the spawn doors, but the Braves will have this exact look. And this is the look that I believe Bay State was trying to attack and defend this map with, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's very similar, at least. The Winston has a lot of value in these maps. There's a lot of small corridors and a lot of vertical capability to get up and down out of these hallways and in and around. It's just good for good old Monkey. I'm going to see CSUDH pushing first. Now on the red side, Ottawa Braves on the blue. They're going to hold up a little bit further, and on this bridge, Sleep will come off, and Ottawa Braves looking to hold.
Sunsinger could be in some trouble here, as it looks like Danny has a target on the back of the Ash for the Ottawa Braves. He's identified that Simplistic and Sunsinger are definitely the most diveable targets on that squad, but the Toros are just kind of jostling for space here, exchanging some pleasantries with the Braves, who did something we didn't really see too much of in our last game in the Legends Division, which is contesting the payload here. In the last game, at the highest ranks of the NECC, the payload was not contested until the very end of this point. So we'll see if this actually pays off for the defense, but it looks like that could actually leave some members up on the high ground a little more vulnerable than they might be otherwise. Lump goes down, a great shuriken swipe takes care of him, but at the same time, numbers falls to the hit scan Sunsinger. Right now, it's still anyone's fight. Danny falls there to Toki as she is able to clean up the Genji, and we've got ourselves a 5 versus 4 here, favoring the defense as Tyrell goes bouncing into the backline with a Nano Boost and Primal Rage, just trying to batter around this Toros team and show them who's boss. And right now, Tyrell coming out on top.
Yeah, Tyrell wiping the smile off of Cheshire Cat and keeping the rest of the Toros, or keeping the rest of the Braves split and pushed back. Now it's CSUDH coming out on top, pushing out under this bridge. Danny doing a lot of value for CSUDH, keeping the Toros alive. That's going to be the Brigette rally popped, trying to keep Simplistic alive in the backline, and it's going to work. What a combo coming out from Lump as well. Sunsinger not letting the action happen without them getting a pick onto Wikitrix and pushing CSUDH back. We're finally seeing the Ottawa Braves kind of find their footing in this series.
And that was elite game sense we were seeing right there by Toki. She knew exactly when her tanks were coming back out of spawn. She knew to keep Simplistic and herself alive there in that bunkered up mega room. Had to pop the rally, and it was great. Ended up getting dove, but it made no difference. Now we've got Danny going in with the Dragon Blade. No nano required. Oh no, he is nano. Look at that. I didn't even see it, but Night Fury did slap it on, and he was getting quite a lot of one hits. I was going to say, this Butterblade looks awfully sharp, just finding one shot after a one shot, but did actually get the nano boost there. But still, the Braves hanging in this fight. They're really bunkering up here well, and a lot of it is just due to this support play.
Yeah, Simplistic and Toki keeping the backline alive, and we even saw the we even saw Toki get the nano boost as well and pushing the Toros back. It seems like every time the Toros try to approach this right side, the Braves are waiting for them. Self-destruct coming out, not going to quite find anyone, but the Braves finding picks left and right. Lump on this Tracer is causing a havoc for CSUDH.
This map definitely favoring the Braves so far, and they were undefeated running mainly these dive compositions, so it seems like their tanks are far more comfortable on this than the double shield, where those cooldowns are kind of hard to micro as much as the cooldowns on dive might be, or the focus fire of a team that is an elite undefeated team against a team that might struggle a little bit more with communication. But now we've got the double dive going in as Numbers copies the Winston, and right now it is just a zoo in this mega health pack room. There are 3 monkeys trapped in this cage, and we've still got an even fight. Toki goes down, and that is both supports for the Braves taken care of. Now it's going to be awfully hard for them to stagger this point, but the DPS doing all in their power as they find 2 kills. But Danny trying to put an end to it here, slicing down Sir, taking care of Lump as well. As overtime ticks down, it should be the Toros.
Yeah, that was a clutch play from Danny, keeping the Toros alive. And I felt like the factor that would have turned the tides there was whether or not the pick on Lump came out, which it did. Lump unable to utilize the ultimate and keep Danny out. Danny staying on top for this time. However, they have 2 minutes to make it around this part of the map, make it underneath of this plane, the ship, if you will. It could be a daunting task. We are going to see the pulse bomb dropped in the back line of CSUDH, but it will not find anyone. We're going to see the nano come out on Tyrell, now sitting at around 300 health, having to back into the back line, and now taking apart 3 of the Toros. The Toros are forced to regroup. That is a value of this dive composition, especially when they're trying to push in here. You're able to take out the back parts, you're able to take out the legs, That's going to be all, and they're going to topple over.
And this is one of the hardest parts of Overwatch, at least in terms of escort maps. You don't have very big doorways to get out of, and it is so easy to focus fire damage through these chokes that you've got to push through as the attackers. And these high grounds themselves, even though they're high grounds, they're not the highest of high grounds. As we see the Braves set up on the ship, they're still attacking from above here. Completely relentless in their efforts, and they'll come away with the kill onto Maelstrom and Danny. Numbers playing with some low HP, but he'll get healed right back up by Night Fury, and it looks like the Toros are looking to go again quick here, but they've only got a minute to work with, so they've got to make it snappy.
Seems like Ottawa taking the strategy up, turning up the Bunsen burner, and the fire is coming out as we're seeing a new pace come from this team. Ottawa doing a much better job on this map of keeping CSU DH at bay, but man, Danny's got these clutch factor plays, as does Maelstrom. This could be a CSU DH series if the Braves cannot keep that down. Man, I think it could go either way at this point, but we are seeing a great showing from both of these teams. I think I speak for both of us when I say a much better showing than what we had anticipated.
Yeah, CSU DH really living up to expectations here, exceeding them, if you will, as they find 2 kills to open up this fight as Toki and Sunsinger go down, now trying to close in on Simplistic, but Simplistic somehow able to make it out of that ship with their life. Lump also getting the D-Mech there onto Wikitrix, taking the Diva out of the suit. Tyrell gets the nano boost thrown onto him, but not able to do too much with it right now as he's finding a pretty difficult time jumping in. And now Numbers again throwing the copy onto the Winston, the Wrecking Ball, the Diva, and the Winston all diving in simultaneously, but it might not be enough here for the Toros as they've got 3 left standing and a few meters to go here for second point.
Well, they just got 4 as they got Maelstrom back in the fight. The rally's going to get popped by Toki, and they're going to make a final effort on this payload. Maelstrom trying to get a couple of rotations around. Lump will fall to a headshot by Danny. Once again, these clutch factor plays are exactly what I was talking about earlier. Tokyo getting the pick on Cheshire Cat. Smiling no longer. Wikitrix finding Simplistic. It's so back and forth. Tyrell finding Numbers. Not Sir finding Danny. And it's now a, what is that, 4v2? 3 now on point. Tyrell's going to pop the Primal Rage, going to get the D-Mech off on Wikitrix, and that could be all she wrote for OT. Wow, knocking back Maelstrom as they went for the charge down, the slam. What a play from Ottawa, and they will stop the Toros from advancing. Now they just need to reciprocate.
And we had a great perspective there thanks to our master observer, Carol, zooming in there on Toki's play on the Brig. Using that shield bash, not to stun, but to create space between them and the Toros. Hitting whip shots to boop them away and keep her inspire her AoE healing ability procced the entire duration of that overtime fight. Toki might have played better than anyone in this lobby on that last round. From what she was doing on first point, helping out Simplistic stay alive, bunkering up in that mega health pack room, and then right there in overtime, staying alive that entire time despite a relentless Toros dive. Toki right now, I know we're only 2 maps in, but outstanding play. Probably the best out of anyone in this lobby, and that is, coupled with what Danny did in map number 1.
Should we even talk about the chat message that just came out from Toki?
No, Nuke, it's too late for me to read, and there was way too much there from Toki. Oh, there it is again.
Yeah, these copy pastas are getting real saucy. Chat, I need to know what you're going to do at as a hog main at a respectably high helo. I gotta know.
Well, listen, Nuke, personally, my favorite character is the Reaper guy. He's very powerful, special move, honestly, is one of the best in the game. And so he comes equipped with these 2 revolvers, and it only takes about 3 or 4 shots to actually execute a kill.
Production,
so it comes
can
in
we
really
mute?
handy, especially when you come from the side.
Why am I here? What is life? How
just
did
made production mute their mics. They couldn't take it.
Making production mute their mics and making Danny smack the desk maybe a little bit. Tyrell getting the early pick out for the Ottawa Braves. Stopping Danny. Sunsinger's going to find another one, and now they're going to find Night Fury. That's going to be a steamroll from the Braves, stopping the Toros on this push. And man, oh man, they are flaunting it for sure.
Yeah, the Toro's almost getting pushed back into their spawn here. Braves have to be careful not to overextend. They've got to keep this attack going around the final corner of point number one. Lump and Simplistic keeping the payload in drive. Toki there now coupling with the efforts to give the payload a little bit more speed here, but a contest comes in from the Toros as Tyrell goes down to that anti-nade from Night Fury, and Night Fury quickly slaps the nano boost onto Maelstrom, who goes in guns ablazing. This Tesla cannon amped up.
Yeah, that Tesla cannon going through the backline. Simplistic falling in a very difficult way. Not sure. Now backing up. Self-destruct will be on point, but probably wanting to save that one for good measure. Ottawa Braves now with almost 6 ultimates online. CSU DH almost has all of theirs as well. They are going to pop the self-destruct over the top. Another one will follow, but it will get stuck. The first self-destruct will take out Maelstrom, opening this fight up for the Ottawa Braves, trying to find anyone with the high noon. Unfortunately, we're 3 minutes right before midnight, and that's the opposite. Tyrell taking out Danny as they're trying to get that ultimate. The Primal Rage coming out and pushing everyone off the payload. Numbers 94% to EMP. The hack will come off. EMP is online. This could be the clutch factor needed to defend this point. Doesn't look like it. It looks like Numbers is instead going to back up. Probably a smart move. Not really much of a team to bank on or capitalize off of that EMP. And they're going to wait for another opportunity to use it.
Yeah, Chase, an EMP right there would have been way too costly a mistake for Numbers to make in what has been a very close game so far, especially when the Braves are going to be pushing this payload on second point for 4 minutes. You've got to keep your alt economy in check. Numbers just kind of laying off the trigger there, as tempting as it might have looked. Right now, the Toros are down a couple of members. They've got to concede a lot of ground, and that EMP could actually be the clutch factor they need to get back in this defense.
I think that it's going to be. I mean, they also have the nano boost online. They could easily put that on Maelstrom, but before they're even able to, the visor's going to come down. Sunsinger trying to look for a pick, but instead going to fall. Maelstrom taking out both DPS on the side of the Ottawa Braves, forcing Tyrell to get a Primal Rage off. Unfortunately, most of the backline is pretty stuck right now. It doesn't matter, though, because the support and tank line working so cohesively on the side of the Ottawa Braves. They are going to try to push and get the Toros back. Toros responding in full, and man, Toki is out here swinging with the rocket flail, and Wikitrix out here throwing these bombs. Self-destruct gonna find 2 just as Lump finds their way back into the fight. They will find themselves 6 feet under once again. Danny closing it out, getting a headshot on Sunsinger. This should be a reset from the Braves coming in.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if the Braves actually meant to win that fight and capture the last bit of this map. I think they were just investing there to try and make Numbers throw in that EMP. They knew they had tracked that ultimate, and now they can go in with the nano boosted Winston and not have any serious counters to worry about. That's the Sombra and the Ana taken down here, now working on the Diva mech of Wikitrix, but some good healing keeps Wikitrix in this fight for now. But still, Tyrell is going loose in the back line, finds the kill on the Cat there with a little help from Lump, and it looks like the Ottawa Braves running away with Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Wow, you know, Berkeley, you've heard me say it time and time again. I want the sauce to be shown, but instead, Tyrell popping open a fresh canister of peanut butter and popping it for the rest of the Ottawa Braves. Play of the game is going to go to Wikitrix on the Diva. More than likely the self-destruct play, taking 2 on this defense, putting it out. Yeah, there's the headshot. The hack will come out. Pick 1, self-destruct, and there's 2. Exactly what I had predicted. And now we see the Ottawa Braves now up 2-1 in this set, which we didn't play the map 1, right? They had to give away that first map, CSU DH did, giving Ottawa a little bit of a lead. And now as we head into our 4th map in the series, this could be it for CSU DH and Ottawa Braves.
This could be. I mean, Ottawa has a chance. They're on match point. They could steal it away. But again, I want to just go back to our Legends Division map, or yeah, map of Hollywood, where a lot of these teams, especially in Champions, they're looking at that division right above them at the highest rank and taking away what they can from the meta on each map. Both teams played double shield. I don't actually know if that's what Ottawa tries to do here. I think they just go at this one, at least after first point, with more of a full dive composition because I do think that they are the better dive v dive team right here. But I think if they go double shield and mirror that against the Toros, they could get themselves into trouble.
Yeah, I mean that's what we've seen before, right? That's what we've seen in this series. As we are heading into Hollywood, I think it could be very similar to Watch Point Gibraltar in terms of compositions. I mean, that's exactly what we talked about last time. We'll more than likely see some tracers, really good flank points coming out on Hollywood, and I would have to agree with you. I think the double shields will come out. Don't know if the Reinhardt will be played over the Orisa. Orisa's just been strong, and we've seen a lot of synergies with the pools on both teams. We saw that back in Blizzard World. So it could be a case of, them looking to make plays off of the Orisa specifically. Both teams' Orisas are very strong, so could happen. Also, we will be switching sides.
Yeah, that's going to mean that the Braves will be attacking first here. I do like that for them, especially after getting some momentum there on Watch Point Gibraltar. Able to complete as much of the map as they needed to get the win, and now they'll have the chance to keep their foot on the gas pedal here on Hollywood. They're looking for a big time bank. This is a send a message round. This is where you have the chance to get into the heads of the Toros as they've now got their back up against the wall tonight. If they come away completing the map with a time bank, that could really cause a lot of trouble for the Toros.
But I mean, what does a Toro do when it seems cornered?
Puts its horns down and goes buck wild.
Exactly. If you can't stand or don't poke the bull with the horn. Yeah, that's it. That's what we say in Indiana for sure. Don't question it. I'm sorry, chat. It just hit midnight 03, and you're now here in NECC at night.
After dark.
After dark.
We have managed to bring our Thursday cast into Friday. And TGI Friday, that means sleep is right around the corner for the two of us. And you won't have to deal with our cheesy little jokes for much longer. But you will have to deal with a little bit more Overwatch as Hollywood is about to be underway here. The teams are ready to rumble, and so are we. We'll be going into studio mode here on Hollywood to hopefully catch a little bit of a show, and they make what could be match point very interesting.
I think it will be. Hollywood has been kind of one of the outcasts all night, one of the outliers. That's the word I'm looking for. It's been an outlier all evening, and I don't even think we haven't seen the end of this point since we've been on cast. They have stopped halfway, which as you get higher up in the Overwatch divisions, the defense gets a lot stronger. It's not just offense heavy, and I think that's what we've seen a lot of tonight with most of these hybrid and escort maps not even finishing.
Yeah, a lot of tonight has just been the story of stellar defense on these maps, really playing them properly. And you're right, I don't think we've seen a single payload or hybrid map completed except for when Northwood was able to cap 3 points of Gibraltar.
Yeah, I mean, it's been this the same rhetoric all night of don't let that cart move, and it's also been the same rhetoric of if you want to learn Hog, PM me. I'm gold 2300, and I also do coaching.
Yeah, and Roadhog's hook is one of the hardest skills to master. You have to predict speed, trajectory, momentum, and velocity, as well as healing yourself and tanking. Roadhog has the highest skill ceiling. That's another copy pasta if you weren't aware.
Oh no, I mean, wait, that was a copy pasta? I thought that was just, I thought that was just you talking, spitting facts. Sunsinger, 6% before getting the recall off. Ottawa Braves, as we said earlier, now on the red, CSUDH in the blue, CSUDH defending Ottawa, getting the high ground, not Sir, getting a really good vantage point for the rest of the roster. Danny trying to get in a good position, get some headshots off. He's got Simplistic in the sights, but falling underneath half health, gonna have to fall down, get some healing. Looks like Wikitrick's gonna get the first pick out onto Toki, and we're gonna see CSUDH backing up a little bit as the Braves try to get in advance and find some value.
Yeah, the Toros in some trouble here, but they haven't given up the first tick as it looks like the Braves are just edging closer and closer to progressing on this point. They've finally taken down Wikitrix the Sigma, and that is one barrier of the two missing now. The stick lands onto Maelstrom, but Sunsinger goes down in his efforts, but Maelstrom will eventually fall to that insane damage coming from the
Ooh.
Pulse Bomb and the Slam now from Tyrell. The tanks for the Braves taking over, and they're looking to take point number 1.
Yeah, the tanks just having so much value. I don't know. Tyrell has done so much for this Braves team, and I felt like, especially in a role like tank, you need a little bit of time to come online, and that's what we've seen so far in the series, is these tanks get their footing more and more every map. Now, I am a huge fan of Tyrell on this Wrecking Ball. I think it can cause a lot of havoc in the back line. If you can render Cheshire Cat useless, that's going to be a massive detriment to the CSU DH Toros.
And Nuke, I'm not gonna lie, my favorite alt combo in the entire game of Overwatch is the Flux Minefield. You just slam them down into those Wrecking Ball mines. There's nothing more satisfying than that ground fireworks show, but we didn't see it right there as Sir popped the Flux and Tyrell did not swing through with the mines, but it looks like the Braves, despite losing the first couple of members initially, they will invest EMP and try to keep this fight going. Sir steps into 2 more kills, but Danny trying to stop the show here, takes down Toki, one of the lights out players for the Braves, but still the payload moves.
The payload continually moves. Payload never changes. Danny never also changes, getting a Storm Arrow hit on Sunsinger. You think that Storm Arrow is powered by the fact they got a storm going on outside? It's got to be, right?
Probably. It probably doesn't hurt. That and the buff that it
I
got
don't know.
where
It seemed like it
redirects
hurt
once.
pretty bad. I don't know. It
arrows.
seemed like it hurt pretty
Oh.
bad.
It definitely hurt. I love this use of the minefield here, just sealing off that door. This should actually just get them the second point as Wikitrix numbers, and it looks like Maelstrom is short-lived, but gets some great support there by Night Fury to stay alive, but still just unable to ever get out of these doorways comfortably as Sir and Tyrell just completely shut the door on the Toro's attempt at contesting.
Wow, and the Braves now with the awesome push. I mean, 4 minutes and 34 seconds left on the clock. They pushed to that second point like it was nothing, like it was pushing a wagon down the street, and that's what I'm calling the payload from now on. Big Fish's wagon.
I was wondering if you were going to bring out the Big Fish reference that no one is going to understand but you, but I'm glad it makes an appearance here.
You know I have to. If you don't know, you should ask Alt Charge about why I call him Big Fish after this cast. Hit up his DM on Twitter as Night Fury hits up Toki and gonna put a halt to the Ottawa Braves push. They do have 3 ultimates online though, so they could get a massive clap back. It all depends on who's alt tracking and how effective they're doing at it, because CSUDH only has 2 online. They will have Transcendence here pretty soon. Night Fury now finding the pick on Not Sir, and that's going to be the Ottawa Braves backing up, recognizing, all right, we're down 2, we just need to regroup.
And the Toros can't give up too much space here for free, as if the Braves get any closer, that is the go signal for Lump to just use this EMP to end the game. I know that the Toros have the Transcendence, but Cat is going to have a tough time getting that ultimate off when they're EMP'd. Hacks come in, both supports go down for the Toros, but the payload is just far enough away where they should get a recontest here. And a couple of picks there from Danny make it 3, should actually put a stop to this attack.
Yeah, well, actually, Sunsinger also finding a pulse bomb. Tyrell getting a kill on Maelstrom as well. Number finding the headshot on Sunsinger may put a halt to it though. But look at the ultimate charge on Ottawa Braves, right? They got 4 ultimates online. CSUDH maybe have 4 in the next 10 seconds. So if the Braves are able to push their advantage here, open up with some ultimates, this could be huge. As I say that, the rally will get popped. So will the EMP and the Gravitic Flux. Gravitic Flux finding Tyrell. Never mind, that will actually be Night Fury. Maelstrom finding Toki, and Ottawa Braves not finding any value, paying full MSRP price for all of these ultimates that they've used, and now they're back finding themselves at square one.
Yeah, for the Braves, that is just a crucial miscalculation in terms of how they use those ultimates. No follow-up on that EMP and investing everything, even though there's 2 minutes left. The alt economy is now so far in the favor of the Toros that could have just cost them this 3rd point.
I think it will cost them the third point. I mean, they're gonna come back, but they at least have 2 more fights, right? They have the fight coming up where they have to build ult charge now. The Toros are gonna use a lot of their ultimates. We're seeing the Gravitic Flux come online. We're seeing the Cole Cassidy High Noon, as well as the Amplification Matrix trying to tear through the Braves, and it's actually only gonna find 1 kill with Tyrell actually responding to Wiki Tricks. What Danny does here could be everything for this push. Dragon Strike gonna come out separating the team, but 1.95 meters left. They are almost there. The push has almost gone through. They're gonna pull up. Not Sir slamming down, and that's gonna be it. They will make it with 1 minute and 22 seconds left. What a play from the Braves.
Yeah, they rallied back so strong in that final fight to make it happen right at the end. They were on the welcome mat of the third point for a few moments there as the Toros tried to contest, but the Toros just didn't quite have enough in the tank to get back out there in the mix with the onslaught of ultimates that the Braves were throwing at them. And Nuke, they got it with over a minute. As we all know, in hybrid, that means if the Toros even complete the map, but there's no time on the clock, the Braves are the only ones who get a chance in overtime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if CSU DH even pushes it all the way. The Braves have done an exceptionally good job of, I don't even want to say finding value with their ultimates. They're just finding the picks that's needed. Now, obviously, you have Danny doing a great job, was previously on that Hanzo. Now, switching over to the Tracer, I like Danny on the Tracer a little bit more. Generally a hit scan type player, but making these clutch plays needed, and what a better clutch character than good old mascot of Overwatch yourself, Tracer.
Yeah, Danny got to be playing the cover girl here. He'll be tasked with getting more value than Lump on the side of the Braves. And the Braves setting up with a Sigma Wrecking Ball composition here on defense. That gives them a little bit of value with Sigma stabilizing with a shield for Sunsinger and the supports. And then Tyrell can actually go in simultaneously with Lump. And it looks like we've got almost mirror compositions, but Night Fury going to be on the Baptiste. Toki still staying on that Brig. And like I've said previously, I think Toki is doing wonderful things on that hero. She is really playing at an exceeding level tonight for the Braves, making it so that team is just so enabled in such an extra way that she can really just make a final stand all on her own for this team. As long as anyone else in the fight to just like turn some heads, Toki can just like put a stick in the mud and stay there forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's been Toki this whole set, right? Man, taking the high ground now, CSU DH trying to get this offense out, but most of the team very, very low. And when you only have a Baptiste and a Zenyatta, that healing is going to come very, very slow.
The defense trying to just make a stand here in the coffee house. Danny comes in with a pulse bomb, but trades out there with Sunsinger. Right now it is an even 5 versus 5, but the Braves lose Toki there, and now it's going to be very tough. Throwing around Harmony Orbs for Simplistic to keep the team alive, but luckily for them, Lump, Tyrell, and Sir come in with picks, and you won't have to worry about healing much more.
Yeah, Sir finding both picks as well. I mean, the Braves are doing a great job setting the pace on this defense. I don't think that the Toros are going to have much of a chance of making it through, but they may. I mean, they do have the amplification matrix online, actually, and Maelstrom almost has Minefield. That could open up something, but you look on the side of Ottawa, they got Simplistic. Transcendence is online, and that could save the team in a tight spot. Both Minefields actually coming out, and it's looking like it's snowing. Balls are everywhere on the field, and both teams trying to get to point.
I love the Transcendence usage there from Simplistic just to make sure that no chaos was caused amidst all of those Wrecking Ball mines. And now it's looking like the Toros are left with a minute 45 here to finally find this first point. But Nuke, like we were saying, they've got a long way to go after it. They've got to complete this map with time, and that's not going to be very easy.
No, I mean, they have 1 minute and 38 left on the clock to even capture this first point. They're going to start pushing through. Gravitic Flux will come online and bump a couple into it. Wiki Tricks with the high noon as well. CSU DH just coming out swinging, taking this first point. And Ottawa Braves will fall. Pretty much everyone except for Simplistic and Lump, who are now gone. will not be able to make this defense. So it looks like the Toros will take it with a little over a minute left on the clock.
And that bumps their time bank up to 3.5 here to get through Streets phase and hopefully add an even greater time bank up there, as they're going to need every minute of it to get themselves back in this map. But a great first point take for them with plenty of time. They had to make it happen then to give themselves a realistic chance at Hollywood, and now they'll have to fight through one of the more difficult chokes on this entire map, the opening gates of the Streets phase.
Yeah, and Sunsinger sitting here with the Bob. Now, actually, I was going to predict it. Using it in this doorway is huge. They just have no way to get through this entrance, and it provides a lot of time. Bob sits there for a hot minute. The Ottawa Braves pushing this advantage, trying to get a lot of other ult charges online, and CSUDH is left picking up the pieces, sitting back in their spawn and waiting for the whole team to regroup. Now, they do have Night Fury's Amplification Matrix online again, but you take a look over at Ottawa Braves and they got 3 ultimates online. It just seems like the economy is just booming if you're a Brave.
Tyrell comes in with the minefield. Lump again sticks another pulse bomb, and that will be an easy fight win for the Braves. They've chewed off a minute of this second point attack we're seeing from the Toros. And if they keep holding aggressively like this and making so much distance between where the payload is and where it needs to go on second, the Toros might have to use just all of this time bank to even get close to that objective, and then they might not be left with enough to take third. But the Braves definitely making this one very interesting, trying to keep it as close as possible. And the dive, full throttle right now, as Simplistic and Tyrell go absolutely in the Discord on all the proper targets, and Tyrell does not miss.
I said they were bringing the thunder earlier, but it looks like the lightning has followed suit. Man, oh man, the Braves pushing this aggression all the way to the front door of the Toros, the opening gates, if you will. Speaking of opening, cracking open this fight will be the minefield coming out from Maelstrom. Going to get responded immediately from the Transcendence by Simplistic. We're going to see the Gravitic Flux come out, but get stunned out immediately. Not Sir responding with a Gravitic Flux of their own and turning the tide of this fight back in the favor of the Ottawa Braves, taking down every single member of CSUDH, and it just seems like they are out pressuring CSUDH. Every time CSUDH goes to throw an ultimate out, the Braves have a response for it. And when you have that sort of reactive play that's able to take out any proactive efforts, you're gonna see a defensive win, and that's what we're seeing from the Braves right now.
And with the Toros left with under a minute here to get this second point, it really does not seem realistic that they'll have enough of a time bank to make it to the end of the map in time. But their composition switch is working wonders for them, as numbers swapping from the Cassidy to the Somber cleans up the fight with 3 kills in the feed, and they've got the payload and drive again.
Wow, that was an insane flip of the script. And it's almost like we haven't seen very many switches come out from CSUDH so far on the attacking side. So watching numbers take a switch over to the Sombra has done wonders so far for how they've played. I mean, they just took out all of the members of the Braves. They weren't expecting a Sombra by any means, and now they're trying to push in. We are going to see the minefield come out from Maelstrom, dropping it from the heavens. Danny getting a pick on Toki, and it looks like the Toros are going to push through the second point, just as we saw the Braves do not 10 minutes ago. It looks like the Braves trying to get on point, popping the minefield. Tyrell is going to get there, but will it push in time? It will not. And it looks like the Braves are now stuck on the back foot yet again. Like you said earlier, though, Berkeley, they only have a minute and 20 left on the clock. So CSUDH going to have to keep this momentum up.
Yeah, they're in a tough spot here. They have to play mistake-free Overwatch for the rest of the round if they want a chance at overtime at all. Already losing in terms of time to the Braves pretty significantly, still very far away from the finish line of Hollywood. And I know they've got the ultimates to close out this round, but still, you just have to keep this payload moving at maximum speed the entire duration of the round, or you're not going to have the chance you need.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what we're seeing from Danny on this Tracer. Now 10-0 left. Sunsinger ending the reign of Danny. Ottawa Braves now backing back up. Lump falling immediately. And we are going to see Gravitic Flux online from Not Sir. That'll probably get popped almost immediately, trying to stop the Toros push.
Yeah, the Toros are halted for now, but they've got the EMP ready to go. The payload might be able to make it there in the next 20 seconds, but I don't know. As time ticks away, it doesn't look like this one's going to make it with time on the clock. Numbers just poking around the back line, waiting to pull the trigger on this EMP to catch Simplistic and Sunsinger in it. Simplistic, great reactions, able to get that Transcendence off, sensing that Numbers decloaks and immediately presses Q. That'll keep the team alive for now, getting this one into overtime, and now it doesn't even matter if the Toros are able to get this objective. They won't have a chance in overtime as that EMP didn't find the value in time. But still, the Toros are in this one. They could play for a draw, but the Braves are looking to end it here with a stellar final stand. They've got their backs against the wall on Hollywood, but it looks like just a couple of members left. The Toros might be able to edge out this final fight. Love trying to make a name for himself with a pulse bomb, but eventually falls, and the Toros collect.
The Toros do collect indeed. The Braves, though, sitting with 1:22 still to utilize. Oh, feels bad making it back immediately to the fight with the minefield not in the nick of time. Yeah, I mean, when you have one tank and two healers alive, if those healers are able to synergize like we just saw, they're going to be able to take it. And that's exactly what the Toros found in that final fight. Now, I believe we're going to see the Braves pushing yet again as the Toros need to defend this first point. If the Braves get, I believe, one tick, that's all she wrote.
That is all she wrote, and yeah, with the Braves on match point, one tick is all you need to send both teams home and put smiles on the faces of everyone up there in Ottawa rooting for the Braves here. And Nuke, this is one of the more easy points to defend in Overwatch. We haven't seen a lot of instant success found. It usually takes building up some alt economy. I'm not quite sure if the Braves are going to have the performance they need with 1:22 to take the first point, because the Toros are playing good Overwatch tonight. And still, I feel like with their back up against the wall, they might have a little bit extra in the tank.
Well, I think if we see, since we're seeing Sunsinger on the Soldier 76, they're going to go for an early tack visor. But once again, that's dependent on Sunsinger hitting these shots and getting this ult charge up. They have about a minute to do it, which is pretty tough. But, I mean, you have to consider they're going to probably be touching point. They got a couple of fights that they're able to push out. It's all going to come down to picks and this micro play, as we're seeing a lot of the Braves try to wrap around the outside. Sir going to take the high ground, finding a couple of players behind him, trying to get a rock off on this Tracer. Danny, though, elusive as ever, popping onto the ground yet again. Cheshire Cat finding the pick on Lump. Danny and Maelstrom following suit. The Braves did get a little bit of ult charge, but CSUDH definitely found a lot more value. Danny, 70% now to this pulse bomb, and this is going to be detrimental for the Braves. They have to back up and get it together, get back on point if they want to see this series end here. Otherwise, we will be heading into another map, and the Toros will have tied up the series. Or, I guess, tied up this map.
And they've got 3/4 of the time here killed in overtime. Danny on the flank has the pulse bomb, tries to stick it. Simplistic and Sunsinger both go down, and that should be a wrap here on Hollywood. The Toros seem to have this one in the bag. The Braves have no ultimates to work with, as the final 5 seconds of this just kind of spill out over the point, as Tyrell is still left to be dealt with. But short work made for the Toros as they tie up Hollywood, and that will send us on our way to map 5, Ilios.
Yeah, they will draw on this map. Now, the next map will be Control. What's interesting here is this is going to actually be the first Control map of the entire series, as we did skip the first map. Toros were able to keep this one out to a tie, and the Braves were not able to clutch it out quite in time. I mean, 1:22 left is a pretty big ask. We're seeing this Gravitic Flux come out from Wikitrix, which will get the play of the game on Hollywood.
Well, Nuke, going into Ilios, we haven't seen any Control played so far, but what we have seen is the Ottawa Braves lose the only, well, they didn't really lose Hollywood, but drop the only 2 map wins they could have had to a team this season. So it looks like the Toros are going toe-to-toe with the big dogs right now, which is a great sign for their program, especially more than halfway through our semester of Overwatch. So going into the playoffs, if you're the Braves, if you remain undefeated after tonight, you're probably hoping you don't meet this team in the playoffs, correct?
Oh, I mean, 100%. You 100% want to avoid this team while in any official competition. Now, I mean, in terms of scrims, this is a pretty close set. They could find a really good scrim partner in each other. But like you said, this is regular season and moving into playoffs. If they see each other round one, that could spell the end of the season for either of these rosters. As this has been an incredibly close set.
And I'm still really proud of how the Toros have played tonight. Again, kind of just shocking. The Braves coming in late to the game, forfeiting map number 1 and making a good series out of this last game of the night, especially late at night like it is. Coming in, everyone's probably a little bit burnt out already. Nuke, I know you and I both are struggling to keep our eyes open, but these players, they're hitting shots. They're out there. They're grinding. They're making a series of it. So pretty good that we're seeing some good Overwatch played this late at night. On to Ilios. We've talked about compositions a lot tonight. This is a map where things can get a little wonky, especially there on Ilios. Well, what do you think we see on these points?
I think we see a lot of dive, and I'm hoping for the first time this evening to see some hog. Actually, you can get some pretty cheeky picks on well. I imagine we'll see some Lucio, and for that reason, we might see a little bit more of dive compositions. We've seen the wrecking ball come out from both sides. Wrecking ball's a pretty good asset to have on these Ilios maps. I could see it either way, but I mean, what more are you expecting from NECC at night but the coolest action around?
Oh, that was a question?
Yeah,
Ah, Nuke.
yeah, yeah.
Oh god. I
Oh,
thought
that
you
was a
were just,
question. Hey, you gotta
I thought
wake
you were
up over
just
there. Wake up over
I
there.
thought you were just finger gunning to chat. I was like, what more am I expecting? I'm expecting double shield Torb on Ilios. Well, just give me a Torb. I haven't seen Torb at all tonight. It's all I want. Come on, before I go to bed.
I bet they do it in.
Ah,
I bet they do it in spawn. They just sit there with the torb, waiting,
I hope so. If they're listening,
deliberating.
do it for me. Toki has been talking about Roadhog all night in chat, though,
True,
so I would love it if
true.
we actually just got a Roadhog in the lobby for once, and then the copy pastas could just be unleashed upon match chat. That'd be kind of fun.
I think that'd be pretty fun. I'd have to agree with you. But it looks like we are setting up on Ilios. We're going to be sending here very, very shortly to our map 5. Now, that was a draw previously, so it's still 2-1 in favor of the Ottawa Braves. And the tiebreaker, if we do so go to it, will be Junkertown, which, if continues the trend of tonight, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but if it continues the trend of the night, I don't believe they will actually finish, because Junkertown is one of the more famous maps to not finish in that style of payload. It's pretty easy to stop around those corners. So, but I imagine we won't get there. I imagine one of these two teams will come out on top on control. And if it's the Braves, it'll be the set. If it's the Toros, well, to Australia we're headed.
Nuke, given that we are on Ilios well to start things off here in Greece, I don't see any Roadhogs. I don't think we're going to see one tonight, and my heart is breaking.
No Torbjorns either. Does that just shatter your soul?
I don't think I'll have any dreams when I go to bed, Nuke.
Well, I have but one dream, and it's casting with you. And here we are as we move into
Aw.
this map 5. Oh, CSUDH Toros trying to get to this point first. They're actually going to see it in the form of numbers. Ottawa Braves opting to go around the backside of this point, getting to this overhang and taking control, which is typically a good place to hold first because you have a lot of coverage.
Yeah, and they hit the aggression there to just back the Toros around that initial corner. Simplistic catches numbers out. Danny gets flailed down by Toki as well. No damage dealers on the side of CSUDH will just absolutely cause a reset here, and I love it. The Braves pushing the aggression, going up, getting this long sight line all the way to the Toros spawn, and kind of sending a message with this first fight.
CS who, DH? CS
Okay.
Yo DH taking the first fight to the Braves, but the Braves shutting them down, ticking up now 26%. But they do have, I almost feel like every time I say they have an ultimate online, it's Night Fury's Amplification Matrix. And wow, speaking of Immortality Field, gonna save both him and Cheshire Cat last moment. Danny also having the pulse bomb online, but falling to Tyrell's minefield, which had dropped in the backline. CSUDH drops the amplification matrix, trying to get a couple of picks onto the Braves, but they're going to find themselves in the middle of a gravitic flux as gravity has taken a turn for the worst, and the Braves will hold this defense. We're going to see Maelstrom kind of in the backline with numbers, causing a bit of a havoc, actually probably flipping this point. Lump going to get there in time to try to contest, and it will come out. Now 65%. The Toros have wasted a lot of time just being staggered on this point.
Yeah, the Toros didn't want to quit in that fight, but I think you and I both know at this point, hindsight always being 2020, that staying around in that last fight probably makes this their final chance to flip the objective. They've got a lot of ultimates to work with, about as good ult economy as you could hope for. That Pulse Bomb takes down Sunsinger. The Transcendence gets popped here from Simplistic, and right when that ends, we have the EMP coming in from Numbers. That should seal this fight and the flip for the Toros, but the Braves have played well to this point. They could bounce back, come back very quickly to try and retake.
But what did it cost ult charge? And the answer is almost everything, as they had to expend 4 ultimates to win that fight over. But you look at the charge, and they're actually getting up pretty quick. CSUDH pulling out these numbers, taking the damage to them. The Braves, though, will have Tac Visor online for the next fight, and it could be a pretty easy retake if they find the Toros out of position.
Lump gets that first kill. Toki pops the rally to keep the team supported on their engagement. 2 picks have now been found, and Tyrell attacked in the backline. He's in a dangerous spot, but no one seems to be able to sense him and take him down. Lump does fall there to Night Fury, but the Tac Visor for Sunsinger finding a bit of value as Wiki Tricks falls. Now it looks like the Braves surround the well of the point, and overtime ticks down as they've gotten the flip. Maelstrom goes down, and there's not much contest left here for the Toros. A desperation Transcendence pop. Danny throws in a Pulse Bomb. It sticks onto Sunsinger. They don't want to stay out of this fight just yet, but just more and more investments to come for the Braves, trying to put an end to this round. Sir able to take down Cat with that final Sigma ultimate of the round, and Nuke, this should certainly be it.
Certainly, but we're seeing a lot of comeback from CSUDH. They're trying to make their way back to point. Night Fury not going to try to drop the Immortality Field. Going to fall immediately, and that's going to be Numbers, which I think will be all she wrote. Yep, that will be it. Ottawa Braves will take the first point of Ilios, and the members jumping to their deaths in the middle of the well to sacrifice themselves to the gods of Ilios.
I love that little bit of Ilios too. One of the best maps to celebrate on as the round ends. It's almost like the victory lap of Overwatch when you have the whole team hopping in there in sync. But Nuke, we're going to be going over to Lighthouse now in what is match point. Thanks to the Ottawa Braves getting that first round of Lijiang Tower. And we've got a little bit of a comp switch here from the Toros. They throw on the Moira and the Lucio. So looking to get a little more speed and some swift rotations on this Lighthouse point.
Yeah, I personally like Lucio a lot on this point. I mean, Moira has a ton of value with the defensive and offensive ultimate, as well as the orbs, getting these inside of these small corridors. The Braves, looks like they're going to stick with the comp that's been working with them. We'll see if that fares over to this map. Speaking of fares, you know what's crazy, Ultrarch? I don't think we've seen a pharmacy at all this evening.
No, we haven't, and that's a pretty good point you bring up because, I mean, we have seen Sunsinger on a lot of hit scan tonight, but still, especially in tonight's map pool, I mean, Hollywood, Gibraltar, Blizzard World, and now Ilios, very good one for a Pharah player, but maybe the rosters we've casted tonight don't have that designated Pharah player, or they'd rather be playing the Echo or some other different flex DPS pick. But yeah, usually we almost always see a pharmacy.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird conundrum we're finding ourselves in. Braves will take this first point, though, pushing the Toros off almost immediately, not allowing them any leeway or any route to get in. Looking at the ult charge, Tyrell does have Minefield online and could use it to space out the team. Trying to get to point. They're pushing in. Coalescence is going to come out. Minefield to follow suit. They are going to find a couple of picks to open up this fight. Night Fury having to invest a couple of different items to get out. Danny taking out Not Sir, and the Braves finding themselves in a less than ideal situation. It looks like they're going to try to hold on point, take as much point charge as they absolutely can, finding a couple of picks in the process. Now with 35%, they're a third of the way to victory.
Sitting at a pretty good spot here. Maelstrom engages early, popping the minefield down on that catwalk. And more ultimates to follow as Sura lifts everyone up, slams Maelstrom down, and makes him pay for overextending there on Wrecking Ball, but it's still just a 5 versus 5 here. Sunsinger also went down in that early engagement. Sunsinger just switched over to the Cole Cassidy to enter back on this point. EMP gets popped. Numbers with a good one there, finding many hacks, but only 2 members go down so far. It's going to take Cat's sound barrier to seal the deal on this fight.
Yeah, Numbers is doing a lot and finding all of the ins and outs of the Ottawa Braves backline, getting those hacks off, looking like Anonymous out here, doing a lot for the Toros. Actually, that EMP was huge in that fight, finding the hack onto the Wrecking Ball, forced Tyrell actually to switch over to Winston, which is a pretty interesting pick for this point, especially playing into the comp that they have. I'd be surprised if we didn't see a switch out of the Toros if this pick works.
It'd be difficult. The Toros' speed that they've picked up this round has really done wonders for them, but early in this fight, Night Fury and Numbers both go down. The Diva D-Mac, not Sir, eats up that pulse bomb from Danny, and they needed that to find some picks if they wanted to stay in this fight, but instead, a very clean flip coming through for the Braves after just one hero switch.
Yeah, that's, I think, now the third time that we've seen Maelstrom kind of dive in the back line, try to get the Braves to turn around or put them in some sense of disarray, and has paid for it both times. They have dove in, now trying to get to point. CSUDH going in full force. The minefield will be online. They are contesting, and with 77%, it's only going to be 1 or 2 fights more. Ottawa Braves still holding this point, 67% on the clock. The Tracer going to try to get back in fashion, but headshots all around to finish off the rest of the Braves. The Toros now 81%, 3 ultimates online, and the Braves making the switch now. Lump going to be back on the Reaper. Interesting.
Yeah, and right now the Toros are in endgame mode as the EMP and Minefield both get popped. Ultimates coming out of cannons right now for the Toros as they're looking to clean up swiftly, but they've only gotten 1 pick for such a great investment so far. And now it's a 5v5, 5v4. Toki falls now, and the edge is in the favor of the Toros as they take down Sunsinger. This one should be a wrap for them. We should be headed to Ruins with a 1-1 tie on Ilios, but Lump trying to deal some damage onto some tanks. Trying to make one last statement here. Danny falls off the map. I don't know what's going to happen after that, Nuke. This one just got a lot more even, and a miraculous flip comes through for the Braves.
What? I actually
paging
thought,
Danny?
Yeah, paging Danny.exe has stopped functioning. Really, really weird flip there. I definitely thought that was the Toros match, but the Braves with the clapback and Tyrell, I really think opening up that for them. Lump was also able to get the point, do a lot of damage in the meantime. Sunsinger now with the EMP will kick off this fight.
They're able to get the kill onto Maelstrom here. Tyrell pouncing on that Wrecking Ball, EMP'd, hacked, and nowhere to go. Now both tanks on the side of the Toros taken down.
Ooh.
Make it Danny and the backline as well, and there is no hope left, it seems, for the Toros as overtime starts to tick down. Tyrell flexing his muscles there on point, but man, it's looking dangerous. Oh my god, emoting, and he's able to stay alive. That is the match. That is the night. The Braves come away with the win.
And what a close series. Honestly, this could have easily gone into a game, what would that be, 5-6? Game 6? The Toros definitely showing the Braves that they got some sauce tonight, and they're not going to be the team that they want to face in playoffs.
Fantastic play of the game there from Lump in overtime, as it looked like Danny just stepped into one of those Hellfire shots, and great cleanup there. Switching over to Reaper very late, and it paid its dividends as the Braves were able to win. Nuke, it's 12:40 where I live. What do you say we wrap this one up? It's been a good night of Overwatch.
It's been a wonderful night of Overwatch, and I have so much more casting to do this weekend. I'm excited to go to New York for the first time. It'll be an awesome time. But once again, it's been another Thursday night, and you've ended it yet again with our beautiful faces. If you'd like to follow up with what we're doing on a week-to-week basis, you can follow us on the links below. I'm at Chase Newcomb, and Alt Charge is over there at Alt Charge. We post some pretty interesting content we like to see. And like I said, if you want to know the story of Big Fish, DM Alt Charge on Twitter. He'll tell you all about it. It's a good one. But I've been Chase Nuclear Nukem. This has been Berkeley Alt Charge Stevens, and it's been yet another amazing Thursday of Overwatch. Before we throw it out, I'd love to give a quick shout out, massive shout out to the people behind the desk, the people who make it possible. Caroline Shaw and Tofu sitting on production, making this production what it's been tonight. And awesome. Congrats to the Ottawa Braves for taking this series 3-1. That draw in the middle was clutch from CSUDH, but it won't quite take us all the way to the end of the map 6. And I think that's all we have for you. I've been Chase Newcomb. This has been Alt Charge, and have an awesome weekend.